This is pretty good. I think everything is gone and done. Not gone, just done. Welcome on in. I hope you're good. I hope you had a good week. It is Friday, officially. We have some update news. We have some design logos and things for Sony to be done, which is pretty cool. And yeah, CyberSect, welcome on in. How are you? How was your week? How's your day going so far? Feels, welcome on in. Same question. How was the week so far? Are you gonna land on the first message? I could see it happen, but you might just land next to it. No, yeah, yeah. Congrats. God damn. God damn. God damn. First landing zone of the day. I guess it's probably a redemption day. Uh, it's like people are gonna land. I'm gonna land as well. God damn it. Yeah, it is a redemption day. I see. I see. It's what it is. It is what it is. Sometimes it happens. Not often, but sometimes it happens. Which is good. Which is good. We have some micro news as mentioned. Can has got updated or has been updated as expected. I think you're gonna miss the target, CyberSect. I'm sorry about that. So Ken has got an update. It was uh, missing one specific thing. Basically, because I have changed the way that some of the dictionaries are ordered, the users that already have progress in these dictionaries may potentially lose progress on the words in question. It's an annoyance that I put on myself. I realized that, and I should have fixed it, but it's too late now. But yeah, basically, in the system, at some point we had the progress that was based on the word alone, and in Japanese, sometimes you have the exact same characters that are read differently, and that means different things based on the context of the sentence. And therefore, in dictionaries, sometimes the same word comes back, but the meaning are different. So, because in the beginning it was just on the words, sometimes if you had progress on word on chunk number one, it would also progress up on chunk number six, where the duplicate word was. But because the meaning was different, you would not necessarily see it in the practice because, well, the word was the same. So I had to fix this by having a unique key that is a combination of the word itself and its meaning combined together, and then have some incremental progress on that thing. So that was the fix. And in order to not have people have or keep their existing progress on the future chunks words, I did a thing that said if we have progress on words in chunks that are currently locked, then anything that is past the locked chunk of the dictionary is wiped off progress. So right now, because of the reorder of things, there are some words that are going to be spread across the later chunks, and therefore, because my safety is still in place, the progress on these words is probably going to be wiped unless the user notices it. So it's a bit of a pain in the ass. I should have fixed that. I didn't. That's my fault. But learning the same words is fine. It's fine. It's for your learning progress. It's gonna be okay. So that's the thing. And in order to ensure that users don't ask me like, why did I lose progress, I added like a bit of an alert that just said we reordered some of the dictionaries, and therefore you might lose some of your progress. And that's it. So that it's told, and if users realize that, maybe they can just unlock a chunk without really unlocking a chunk. I don't know. We'll see. But that's the thing. So that's an update which is pretty good. There is a lot of performance and improvement in that update, which is good. But I needed that alert to be in there. I sent the request for review yesterday morning, and it was approved basically in the afternoon. So congrats Apple for being fast this time. I appreciate it. But yeah, this is one of the updates on Can, which is pretty cool. We have that on the books, and then I can focus on the rest of the updates that needs to happen, including the fact that right now you can only kind of you can only practice on the currently viewed chunk. So if you are in a dictionary that has four chunks of 25 words, you open one of the chunks, which by default is the latest one, like the last one that you've seen, and then you can only practice on these 25 words. But if you wanted to practice back on the entirety of the thing, you kind of can't. So I need to put in place something that allows you to just get a full quiz on the entirety of what you have already seen in that dictionary. We'll see if that is feasible. It is feasible, but it's just like in terms of ease of understanding and simplicity of making sure that the user understand how it works. That's a bit of the harder part. So I need to work on that, but that's what I need to focus on. So that's a good thing. On the other side of stuff, we have updates on this. I know, obviously. So this has been updated with teeny tiny macro interactions here and there. I'm still unsure about the email, LinkedIn, Twitter links in the header. I feel like maybe it should be icons instead, because it will just be less prominent and potentially be visible in uh, on mobile, but we'll see. Nonetheless, so what I've added is a bit of a highlight on hover, so it decrease Bahima, work on it. How are you? How was your week? It decreased the opacity of the rest when you're hovering something, and therefore it highlights it a bit better. So that's a small addition that I did yesterday. I also added a teeny tiny change here where I kind of rewrote the about section. I'm still not happy with it, but I added the mechanical engineer and the agency thing with hover state so that we have who I worked for or who I worked with um, in these things, so that for the people that are like the Japanese people that are very brand name important. Like if I said that I've worked with Joe, they would be like, "Oh, cool. You are like heavy hitters. You might get a a callback just because there is the name." So it kind of helps. And the thing that I did is that it's never in the same space. So all of the logos are just like repositioning themselves in that blob randomly, and I added a bit of a collision avoidance system like I do every time. So that's a nice detail. The thing that I wanted to have is the I worked with, and I feel like this one is good, and maybe this one could be I worked for, because it makes more sense. Like I worked for Bugatti when I was in mechanical engineering, but I worked with Dio directly when I was in the agencies. So that's a wording play thing. Um, just in case, I don't know, we'll see. Nonetheless, that was fun to figure out and put in place. Stevie, what on it? How are you? How's the day going? And then in the past experience, in order to anchor with what company these logos are tied to, there is a hover state that just vomits the logo on the side for these two things. And same ID, it's a fully randomized positioning, which I think is a really clean addition. In the beginning, I tried to do on both sides of the row, so it took that space and that space, and it was good. But Geronimo has five, meaning that one side would have three, the other one would have two, and because of how it was built, it would always be the same three on one side and the same two on the other, but different placements. And then on this one, because it only has four, it would always be like the two, but at different places, which I didn't really like. So this kind of thing is more fun and more interesting, I think. The only thing that I'm unsure about is the highlight. Because the goal of the past experience with the faded, like the longer ago it is, or the farthest away it is in time, the more faded it becomes because it's like long ago. And then on the Harvard, just highlights. I don't know if I like the highlight, but also it makes sense. I could potentially do the same thing for this one, but we didn't have like heavy hitters logos to put in there. So yeah, not necessarily a good thing. And then the other ones are just in companies, so that's not specific enough. The last one could benefit from having like a lot more logos because it is it's like the one where I have done the most branding things, and therefore uh, would have a lot more logos. But because it's not like I'm still working there officially, it's my company, but like for this website, I'm still working there. Therefore, the logos are going to appear once I have a next position or something else that comes up. So we'll see. But also, it is one of the longest title, and therefore we don't have enough space there to to put logos. That's also like one of the reasons why these two are working because we have enough distance on that side. Like IP stand would work as well, but mm-mm, nonetheless. But yeah, that's a nice thing. I'm still unsure about the writing here, mainly because it just doesn't work in my head. Like it feels wrong, and I don't know why. There is something that is off in the syntax, and I've been rereading it and rewriting it and changing one word and re-putting it inside and so on. It's just like not good. Well, the inline icons are basically the logos themselves on Hover. Like that's gonna be my inline icons. Um, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. One of the thing that is kind of fun is the SNCF and the AXA logos because their background is gray and their inner is white. I had to figure out a way to make sure that it would be working properly in light mode. So basically, it has or it is using an SVG that is doubled instead of or compared to the rest, which I don't really like, but at least it works. Because in the beginning, it was simply inverting the things. So light mode being white with opacities and then dark mode being black with opacities made the AXA and the SNCF text kind of, yeah. Um, I say icons, yes. Very French of me, I know. But yeah, so this was pretty fun to work in or work with, and then the small changes addition thing that I've done is that on mobile, if I get like this, for example, we have something that is going to work, please. So it doesn't have a hover state for many reasons, but now it's on click officially officially it's on click, and right now obviously because I'm just trying to show it, it just doesn't work. But it is like on click it expands, and then on scroll it just disappears, and it's the exact same thing as clicking outside will collapse, but also if you clicked on it and then you start scrolling up, it just disappears and then you're good. So that's I think that's a pretty good system. I like that. I think it's a nice idea. But yeah, and then these ones don't have on clicks because on mobile we don't really have the space to showcase the logos themselves. So I'm just holding off on that. Um, but yeah, and again, that's the reason why I'm saying maybe the headers buttons could be icons only instead of um, you know, that because this is kind of bad. So. Mm. Mm. To reading a petrol finder garage API. I see. That's Timely. That is timely. Um, anyways. So yeah, so overall everything is kind of working. There is this kind of blue click zone, which I don't like, but kind of is almost forced. It's a bit of a weird system, but like on click it is blue. I think this was because I put in place a testing view thingy so that Claude could read things like and really see where he was clicking. But yeah, nonetheless, also that cursor is absolutely broken. I think this is I think this is wrong. I don't know if it's just touch things or if it's just like my computer is fucked again. Which is an option. Always gonna be an option. But yeah, nonetheless, everything in there is pretty good. Writing is not optimal. I still want to reduce the amount of text and ensure that everything is like cleaner. What for now, I'm fine with it. For now, I'm fine with it. And it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Oh yeah, it is shit. It's either this bitch. Let's let's see if just restarting it will do something about it. Fuck off. Sorry, my bad. That breaks everything. I shouldn't have done that, but I did. Yeah, now this is fixed. I now don't have the chant. So that's no good. That's no good for me. um, Nonetheless, good stuff so far. I think these are pretty good updates from my point of view, from my side of things. And then the thing that was broken on Wednesday is now fixed officially. So in the band page, we had some issues with the transitions. So this is still working well for the physics, and then we have some issue. We had some issues with this, but now it's cleaner overall. It's not the greatest option, but it is cleaner and it resizes properly. The content inside is flowing instead of scaling. So that's the issue that we have was exactly the thing. So exactly the thing that makes no sense. The issue that we had was the thing that I said before, and that was blocked by my rate limits being not rate limit, but like my token limits on the day. That was simply on grow, it was resizing, and on shrink, it was scaling. And therefore, there was a bit of a difference in the animation. So now, if you look at the text, for example, it it goes from two line to one line, and then from one line to two lines again. So there is a bit of a glitch still, but it is more natural looking than what we had earlier. So that's a it's a better thing. It's a better thing. I like it better. I like it better. It's fine. It's fine. And then this one is broken still, but yeah. I don't know why it decided to say, "Oh yeah, cool. That will be a great option in writing a case study in the slimmest of options that we have." Good job. Instead of getting like the right size like everything else. No, no, no. It needed to be slimmer. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We will see. But yeah, that has been updated, which is pretty good. And we'll see what we can do with it. We'll see what we can do with it. So that's a good thing. That is a good thing. Let me see this. Is this not broken? Um so I think yes. I think I am. Uh, I think I am. I don't remember. I know I used it at some point, but I don't remember if at some point I said TipTap is way too complex for what we need. Let's build something different. I think I am. I really think that is. I don't have an API key. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, but yeah, no, it's TipTap is great. That's the thing. It's just like too complex for what it needs to be here. Um, but yeah. Oh, removing V1. That's true. I mean, that was right in your message, and I didn't read that. Damn. um, is it? I mean, it's secure. It is very secure. Uh, is it countrywide? As in, Shell on the entire country has the exact same prices? Or is it like station by station? Because if I remember correctly, where I was like living when I was younger, we had the same shop, and depending on the one that you went to, like on from one city to the other, um, there was a difference in price. So sometimes I remember my dad saying, "Oh, it's a Tuesday, it's gonna be cheaper there, so let's go there instead." I know, but like that's what happened, and that was when it was under under one. I remember. I have a vivid memory of my dad saying, "God damn, 95 cents. That's crazy." And now it's probably like $5. So, yeah. It's just I was younger. It was a long time ago. Or hopefully I don't have a car. And as I mentioned, the reason why I don't have a car is probably also because at the time where I would need to get a car, I would probably get an electric one. That would be so much better. And yeah, I see. How does it that's the question that I would have for you. How does it know? Like what is giving it the information on the API itself? Like, who is the centralizer of the data? Uh, it is community based. I see. So it's basically you rely on the community to report good data, and then there is consensus, I guess. Um, and yeah, please. I would love to roast some things. I have hopes. I hopes in the roast. Um, yeah. I'm thinking there is probably some true like gas station API things that exist that are like truly from the providers that you could probably type on or that some people have. Um, but yeah, community base is also a thing that is pretty good. I know that there is rules, but there is nothing that stops a shop owner to change the prices on their own shops, right? Like, obviously it's coming from Shell, but if the Shell gas station is on the lot of, I don't know, a specific retailer, if that is the case for you, I don't know. For me, that is the case in France. Then maybe because of the rent that they have to pay to the specific retailer, they have to bump the price up because they need to pay the rent and shit like this. Not that it really affect them anyways, but yeah. Mm. But yeah, therefore you are basically creating a tracker that ensure that you have a good idea of where things are and where things are cheapest, which is pretty good. This is the type of shit that would be great for that. Uh, I'm gonna do the most millennial Google search. There is a fucking yeah, one of these bitches. There is one of these things that I remember exist where a lot of people have been building things that are similar and they are like fridge magnets and you could like this is the type of shit that I would see on the fridge at home where you could see that your regular pinned shops and you could see the prices and if you are like in a I don't know 5 kilometers radius of your house just before you go out, you're like, cool, where do I go? Where do I go for some gas? Is yeah, I remember these ones specifically. But yeah. Yeah, they use these things now, which is really good. Hexax, welcome on in, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? How was your week? It is Friday. I do like that they are using this. I don't like when I go into an aisle and I see them flicker though. I don't like that. I don't like to go to one place and see the price change right in front of me because usually I don't know how much it was before and I don't know if it's really going down or not. The thing that was good before um, is that when there was like a discount, you could peel up the discount and see, oh yeah, it was cheaper before, but right now it's just saying that it's 30% off. And that's not true anymore. So yeah, now it's kind of fucked. But I still do like the fact that this is e-ink for price tags in shops. I think this is really good in terms of environmental things. So yeah. Um and yeah, the thing that I've seen as well, which is currently mostly targeted and linked to Uber Eats with their per customer price hikes. This is mostly US based, but the fact that they could, um, there has been some discussion about price hike on peak hours. So basically, with these displays, they have the ability to say, well, between uh, I don't know, 8 and 11, there's not a lot of people that comes in, so it's a slow time. Therefore, the prices are going to be a bit higher, and when there is a high turnaround, it's going to be a bit lower, or the opposite just because like at lunch people are coming in for lunch and therefore we just bump the price by like 10 cents. And this is one of the things that is enabled by these displays because it's like store wide, everything just goes up at midday and then goes back down and so on. But yeah, this is officially legally, I don't think in Europe this is a thing that we can do. I think in the US this is something that we can do, and therefore yeah, it makes sense there. Says there. I'm and Hex, I'm pretty good. I'm pretty happy with having released some shit and done some update on the apps, which is necessary. But yeah, Ruru, welcome on in. How are you? How was your week? How's everything? We've had two landing today already, so I don't know if today is just a landing day. It seems like it's wow, that was so close. uh, but yeah. God dang, that was close. That was close by. I'm sad. Well, I am not making it. That's a cliffhanger, just on the edge. God damn it. Anyways, so yeah, these are interesting nonetheless. I do like that. Um, Tell me when we have these things, these screenshots and or images. In the meantime, we have done. I mean, I. Stony sent me a DM during the stream on Wednesday saying that he pretty much liked the simplicity of the white one, which I kind of agree with. I kind of agree with, but then I did some other shapes for the back of the face. I feel like I wanted to bring back some of these, even though I still love these fucking teeth. Um, and then centralize things with a logo piece that is reusable, so I can still need work on it. So I can make modifications there, and then all of these are going to be updated, and then some different teeth and mouse position, which you know, just for fun, just for fun. What is your question, TD? So that's a good thing. And then Stony, now that you're here, I added back the one that was like kind of crazy that you liked better, kinda. I still feel like these needs to have a bit of a set off unblurred, so I might do that later today. But yeah, how do you think this guy does these bike images at the bottom of the page? Hey, that looked like that almost looked traced. That's fun. Um, there was a bit of slippage. The wheel are spinning too much compared to the floor. This is just me being me. Don't worry about it. uh, I mean, depending, right? Depending on who they are, what they do, and so on. What I can see is that they probably have components, as in the center of the wheels are every time the same, where the spigot in the center is in one of the straight ones, and then the spokes, that's the name. The spokes in there have a bit of a pattern, but they are different. Like when you check these ones, they are going like this, and this one is very parallel. So they either have Marmalade, welcome on in. How are you? How was your week? Welcome back. Um, and then they probably have body types that are similar here and there. And so it's to me, it's either done once manually and then be done with it. If the website is like very much brand new, which doesn't seem to be the case, um, then it could have been made with Quiver. Uh, I would say Quiver is potentially the only one right now in terms of AI generation that has the ability to just create SVGs and illustration in ways that is pretty good. So if you are one day interested in creating some type of things like this, this one is pretty interesting. The one of the things that I love about it is the again, this is gonna sound very much designer. I love the animation on currently writing and or illustrating something. because they are doing a very good job at showing how the thing is traced and their path to SVG generation is in a logical path and not here are all the potential points and then we will just link them together. They are doing the proper path with which will then give you the ability to just animate the thing, which is pretty cool. But yeah, no, Quiver is cool. We do like it. So we'll see. I missed two things. Filled with spores, no family drama, which is good. Financial issues, that's yeah. That is bad. That is bad. Um and yeah, Ruru, I think it's mostly like three images of probably even yeah, two wheels because the spokes are different, and then the body with everything. But yeah, it depends. Depends. Um my week has been pretty good. I don't think we need any tokens. Um Stony, I think we're gonna stay on the branding and logo and stuff for today. So I appreciate it, but not today. You can use everything. You can use everything. I still haven't reached the 50% use on Fable, like or 50% of the week use on Fable in the past 2 weeks of being able to use Fable. So I don't really understand how their limitation is. And no, I'm not. I am on the $20 a month plan. Like I'm just on the regular pro plan, and it's just I'm getting the fucking 5 hours time window, but that's it. Like that's the only issues. Nonetheless, back to this. I think these being like back item or bike item and then just two wheels and a body is very simple, but it's just you know, I'm guessing handmade based on based on, I don't know, but I would love to know how much there are if that's the entirety of what they have done. I think this is something that could have been done in an afternoon or a day. And yeah, the slippage though is fucking me up. So, are we gonna do that? I think we're gonna do that. All right, time for physics lesson. Uh, when you have a wheel and let's create a gradient. Let's do an angular gradient so that we have something there. And then let's do a spoke size thingy. And that's gonna be okay. So that's my wheel, right? If I want my wheel to rotate by 45 degrees, so right, going from here to here, the distance that it needs to travel forward is that amount. So it's probably going to be somewhere around here-ish. It's not there just yet, but it kind of is roughly. Yes, I said 45. Oopsie, welcome on in. Welcome back. 90 degrees. Then it's going to rotate that amount, which is like splan or planned out. And when you look at this, it means that this point needs to rotate roughly 90 degrees while moving forward. And right now you can see that things are slipping, and I didn't do as much as like one wheel worth of travel distance, and I'm already at 90 degrees reached. So it's just like it's It's not much, but it's I don't even know if I could fix that. I don't know if I can find the logic on this thing. Um, that's my body. That's my wheel. The rotation is the transform, but I don't think it's gonna be within the code there. Uh, yeah, I don't know. It is a bit on ice, yes. It needs to be just a smidge less, and that's it. Or or make the background move at the same time. If there was something in the background with a bit of a texture and the background moved, then it would kind of convey that the floor was moving as a faster space or faster pace than right now, and therefore it could potentially work. But right now that's not the case. Um, but yeah, nonetheless, I still wish that we had like a thing in there for the transform that I could just change with the value, and it's probably just either a JavaScript thing or a CSS thing of saying by that thing, this wheel specifically, because it has this class, is rotating like this amount because it's like that size. But like it's almost like this one is good. Yeah, this one is almost perfect. It's still a bit too fast, but because it's smaller, it works better. So based on radius, they probably all have the exact same rotation values, and therefore small wheels are going to work. Big wheels are not going to look natural. Details. And this one that has no marking is still, because of the spokes, still not a good thing. Anyways, let me move away from that. So overall, how they did this, I don't know. Illustration wise, probably by hand, probably one time by hand is something that would work like very, very easily. And if you are someone that is really into like cycling and you have bikes and you like them and so on, this is the type of shit that you can do in an afternoon, or in a day or two if you really want the details and shit. But like that's very easy. So I would say handmade, most likely. If not, just taking a picture of something, and then putting it on Quiver and then getting the outputs. Because again, it's really good. So that's I guess that's the thing. I guess that's the thing. Also, by the way, because we're gonna see this for the next 5-10 minutes, uh, we've seen this, and it is slash bold, and it's just people being kind of sad-ish bolding, and then being bold and being like, "God damn, it changes everything." So, if you are bolding, maybe maybe go ahead. Maybe that's the thing for you. We had one that I didn't save. I know where it is. It's in my likes, and we kind of glanced over it last week. But that one is like the perfect presentation of what it is. Um, I am building, obviously, but I'm not at that level just yet, so I don't have to shave. But again, if I was at that level, I would be shaving for sure. Like that just doesn't make sense. I'm still kind of strong-ish. Like my mom has a similar entry point to me, so it's like similar family genetics and shit. But yeah, did I save it on? Did I save it on this one or did I save it on the other one? That's the question. I don't remember. It's someone that has made an illustration of Slash Ball, and it is really funny, and I like it. It's right there. I like it. I mean, this one is fine. Like obviously, he was kind of fine, but then yeah. So, anyways, just talking about it because it's there and it's gonna look at you for the next 5 minutes. Let me read chat because I missed things. um, you said, you said I need to click on that, and then yeah, I don't go into going back to the token things. I don't go into more than like, you know what? I'm gonna say that. I have not reached the you've reached your weekly limits yet, ever, since the beginning of me using Cloud Code. So I only have reached the limits on Cursor, but not on Cloud Code directly. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's an interesting thing. Um, um, yeah, as I Stony, from what you shared, I don't like it. Um, I don't mind it, but I don't like it. I feel like this is really cloud based, obviously, and it looks less good than what you have on mobile. I feel like the mobile version is way better than what you have on desktop so far. Not great, but yeah, I feel like mobile is better. If that's the thing that you're talking about. If that's not the thing that you're talking about, I don't know. Or you meant you have done that inside of the Figma file? Is that what you're saying? Maybe maybe that's what you're saying. I don't know. um, that is it. That is a good news. Yes, that is a good news. More screenshots are coming, so I'm going to wait for a bit. Um, that's the thing. I am using it. I'm reaching the 5 hour limit on a daily basis, multiple times a day, but I'm not reaching the weekly limit ever. So it's wild. It is wild. And then, based on the latest drama on Codex versus Anthropic and shit, the Codex is cheaper for what it gives you now, and then Anthropic is going to be more expensive as always. But then now that we have um, Kimi K3 that just has been released yesterday or earlier today, it's probably going to be stable for a long time, I guess. So, yeah, I don't know. Fair point. Fair point. Let me check these two links. There is this, yes, for rotation based. And yeah, this is basically the formula that I was about to try to do here, but we're not going to do that. We are not going to do that. Not me, not the designer doing things. And then TD, you said something else about this one. This is wow, damn. Sorry. That is AI generated if I haven't seen one. I know the fabric is wild, but like these are AI generated on top. So they probably have an AI model that runs their images. But yeah, um, I'm also running on like high for most of the things. And again, in the the wildest thing in the past 2 weeks of using it more diligently than Cursor because Cursor is like out of usage. I've been running Fable all day, every day, and I still haven't reached my 50% of the week amount. So I don't understand. I'm complaining, but not complaining. Like it's just like it's uh, it's fine. It's fine. So I don't know. I don't know. Um, Nonetheless, this is cool. So I'm guessing like this illustration was probably more an AI generated image. The bikes potentially could have been like a non-AI generated image. Um, Going back to one of the thing that I haven't saved because it didn't make any sense for me to save it. And now that I need to talk about it, it might have been a better option to just save the fucking thing. But there is officially a new AI model thing. Is it right about here? I feel like it's supposed to be right about here. Um, that is a designer-friendly AI model? That's not the one. I know the image cover as always. Um, this one. This one seems to be pretty cool in terms of layering things, and giving you the ability to just like understand what are the layers within the things. And obviously, this is the demo, but like having the ability to extract the fonts, extract each of the layers, even when there is things on top, is a pretty wild thing to do. So, you know, potentially interesting. I don't know. I have no clue, but yeah, if you're interested in like layering things, this one could be interesting. I would need to test it out though. It's in the news stuff. Interesting, nonetheless. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I don't know. And pencil is not the same. So pencil is Figma for devs and designers, but like mostly Figma for devs. And I mean, it's basically Figma but open source ish, Figma for agents. And it's not exactly the same thing. Moda that I just showcased is drop an image and then it realize and understand the layers in that image and then split them and give you editable layers. This is something that we have on Rev, or had on Rev. I don't know if I'm going to be logged in on this one. I am. I wish that wasn't the case. I don't want to be home. It's going to log me in again. Fuck off. Rev is an image generation system, but because it creates things on a layer-based system, you can then go in and say, oh, that tree number 4 can be edited. That laptop can be edited, and you can just select that and ask it to do some changes, which is pretty good. They have been doing this for the past year, I think. And it is okay. It's not the greatest option, but it is pretty okay, and it has like a good overall output. Um, but yeah, we do like the concept that they have. When they released it and when they released that very specific like selection-based editing system, a lot of people were saying Photoshop is dead, which is like never. But still, like to be able to get like that many layers and understanding, and then to let the user exactly do what they want with specific like elements is kind of wild. So that's that's a nice system. Like you can keep something and it doesn't. I think one of the benefits here is that it doesn't need to regenerate something. It's like, well, the shoes are great, the font is not, and the background is not necessarily good. So let me just do that and just edit um, what needs to be edited, and so you don't need to regenerate the rest. So having layer based is pretty good. Again, I'm guessing Moda is doing the exact same thing with probably the Rave API behind, but I don't fucking know. So we'll see. We will see. Fields, did you send me everything that I need to take a look at? Or not yet? You also gave me a GIF. GIF. Not yet? Cool. Well, we're gonna wait a bit. Um Study, say that again. You said you had Claude do something, and where is it? Not in there. You said you want me to do my Figma magic things, so I don't know where it is so that I can do my Figma magic things. Or yeah, Lady of Code, welcome back. Welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? How was your week? How's everything? It's been a while. It's going pretty good. It's going pretty good. We have some progress on project, so we like it. We like it. This is good. Um, Current project is this. There's been a lot of iteration on this thing, and I'm still really liking these. I know. Obviously, it was like some of the first IDs, so that makes sense. But I like these as well. Um, I like the full mouse, obviously. We'll see. We'll see. We will see. I kind of also want to experiment on this a bit more because it's working. It's not the best option, but it is giving me some IDs again that could just benefit, like be cool. So we'll see, but that's for later. That is for later. So you said GIF first and then the rest. GIF first and then the rest. Interesting. Very much a lot of movements. I'm guessing this is rendering issues and not necessarily reality of the thing. It's probably just like glitching because. Uh, yeah, Lone Traveler. Hi, what morning? How are you? But um, right there, this is interesting. I feel like you have some design issues in the changes. It's just dropped. I was about to say fall from sky. What the fuck do you mean? You know, it's just dropped. It's just dropped. Um, Feels you might either just make it or not make it. Yeah, no, you're not making it. I might be on the edge. No, I'm not making it either. God damn it. Today is like very much fall from the sky. This is not like this one was the worst drop so far. Um, anyways, this is interesting, feels. I feel like the background is hard to read and hard to be with and look at for what it is. I need context. um and information to make sure that I can give you some feedback that are pretty good on the thing that I can see right away, right? Um, is there are some inconsistencies in between the two pages that you have. There are some things that are not as accessible that they need to be. So what I see that is very much important to be touched and or edited is or are these buttons right there, the highlighted version, because of the light color background changes the accessibility value of your orange selection. So in order to make sure that this remains readable, it would be easier in that case specifically to have the highlight to be a D-light and basically be black instead of white, because it just makes more sense. Mm-hmm. Schizophrenic. Well, Pauline, how are you? How's your week going so far on this Friday? But yeah, like that's the thing that I would potentially change. Then obviously the icons placements are not necessarily good because they are too close to the text and they need to be bumped up, or you need to bump up the entire thing just a smidge. But both needs to happen in my eyes. Like I need to have the icon a bit like with a bit more space with the words, um and then the text further from the floor. Same thing. And yes, the jumping, don't worry about it. I know there's like manual screenshots, but nonetheless, you have here on this one, you have a header that is flat, and here you have a header that is not a header, flat thing. So consistency issues in between the two. I understand that this is a search bar and this is just a header with actions. It might not be necessary to have like the same thing exactly, but at least like consistency across stuff would make sense. Um, Other than that, you have consistency issues in font sizes. So you can see that like my header or your header here is tiny, and it's tinier than the word find, even right here when I'm like very much far, far away. I'm gonna zoom in, zoom back in so that you can have like a better system, but you can basically see that it's 1.25, 1.5 times bigger. And the find is even bigger than the departments underneath. Like it's as if overview, departments, and find have like three different font sizes, and then OpenOffice is after the find. I guess kinda, not really. It's kind of close. Um, yeah, they are kind of the same size. So yeah, you have like three or more font sizes on the same screens that you have shared. Um, and yeah, and then you said that the background needs to be redone. I see that. I need some feedback, not feedback, but I need some explanation on what this thing is. Because right now, I don't necessarily understand what I can do. What's the point? Is it just like finding a flat type of thing? Is that the goal? Maybe it is. I don't know. Um, But yeah, that animation is kind of wild. It's a game. Uh, it's a game, but still. Yeah, same thing here with headers not being the same. Like consistency is important. Should be city, and you need to make a hot drink ink empire. So you need to open shops and store and grow. Okay, I see. So it's a Age of Empire style game, like City Skyline style game, but your goal is to build an empire of a coffee shop around the city, right? I see. I don't know what Coffee Inc. is. That's the that's the thing. With not a fucking K, with a fucking C. Um, I see. I've never seen that. I have never seen that in my life. um, this looked like Habbo for me, which is fine, and it makes sense. Uh, so you can zoom in on a location, define. I'm guessing you can define the layout. You can probably define what you can have in the location. If it's an office space or something else, you can have other things. I see. That's interesting. And then your main goal is just to have the empire of the company itself and making sure that it's usable and good. And the thing that you're doing is that right now it is on mobile iOS only, and therefore uh, you want to make it available for the web. I guess. I guess that's what I understand. All right. If it's not already available for the web. I see. I see. Mm. In that case, the design language of the city makes sense because it like um it it works, it's similar. It might be too similar for trademark infringement and copyright issues and other things, but also it is isometric buildings, so fuck off. Everyone has done that, you know, in terms of trademarks. Um, the behaviors is yeah, but I mean, you know, have a good rest of your day, TD. Thanks a lot for being here. Appreciate it. Good luck on the gas price tracker system. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. Have fun in there. um, I think what would be more interesting for you to do is to lean a lot more into the visuals, specifically for like your buttons, your elements that are like usable here and there. So if you had something like I'm gonna do that, it's gonna be bad, but don't worry about it. If you had something like this for like your buttons, um, and that had like that type of borders, around them and so on, it could potentially, that's a wrong move. It could potentially be like more interesting and more aligned with the vibe of the app and so on. This is uh it's not. It is, but it's not. It's one of the easy thing that you can do where basically the build in order to achieve this, um I think I have one in my in this one, I think, finger crossed, where I did one of these buttons in the past with the resizable things. Is this right there? No, it's not right about here. Is it in the next one? Yeah, right there. So the the thing that we have here, which is like kind of fun to play with because Figma is not supposed to work with that. The system is extremely simple. You have like a rectangle in the center that is your button that contains or would contain your text, and then the pixels at the top are basically just divs with single pixel thing, and then that one is resizable horizontally, and this one is the only one that is resizable vertically. But that way, if you need like a model for an alert, if you need a button for something, if you just had like a sidebar for something, it is extremely easy to just play with. So I would do something similar to this. On this one, I decided at the time to go with a kind of soft shadow to get like the effect in question, but I don't think this works. I think technically speaking, we should have a sharp shadow in order to get the effect. And based on the fact that you are in an isometric system, maybe getting like a 3 by 3 drop shadow, which creates some of the weirdest transitions, could create something fun here and there, but it's not necessarily like the easiest thing to achieve in terms of shadow and distance. Nonetheless, so this is the type of shit that I would go for in order to make sure that you don't have things like this that stands out too much from the rest of the design. The um the Hamburg Hotel uh, design is basically what I have in mind. So in there, most of the things that are like pixel based and pixelated, pixel art based things is within a system that is looking like more old, obviously, because I mean this is like an old thing, but you can see how the edges, the corner radius, and so on are still pixelated and so on. So that's the thing. If you don't want to bother with the build of the button 9 patch PNG to get the background and so on, you can probably create pixelation shaders that will just be applied on top of something and then you're good. So you don't need to bother too much. I'm guessing, and right now I don't know, that if I do that, and let's do a pure white with a black stroke at 2 points, and then let's just round it up for the sake of the presentation. This one is probably going to need to be like a bit bolder-ish, but you could have this, and I don't know enough about Unity to know if you can have like a shader, but I have a feeling that you can. um, Sorry. There's probably a thing in there that just works to pixelate. But yeah, impressive. This is kind of shit, but you get the idea. You probably have like a shader to pixelate and then a shader to sharpen to give you like the pixel art version. But nonetheless, like that's what I would do first of all to align things, um, visually speaking, compared to what you have around here. Like this is good, but the UI on its own is pulling me out of the system. So I wouldn't mind getting some sort of a bigger navigation system, like bigger buttons with icons that are pixelated as well, and bigger model at the bottom, just so that I have a better understanding of things. You currently are going with a very much uh, like simple buildings, yet pixelated-ish, but not too pixelated. So there is this isometric thing, which is similar to the thing that I think I showed you last time. That is on UI 8. That is the illustrative building, isometric building things. That is a new layout. Uh, building, yeah, this one exactly. So these ones are very simple and simpler, and they are not pixelated in any way, shape, or form, and they are just like SVGs and EPS files, so you don't, you know, like it's a bit different, uh, but still could be used as traceable references and so on. But yeah, we don't have the other ones in illustration. I feel like it should be in there, like looking for buildings and then not getting any of this shit. Oh my god. But also getting shit like this potentially could work, for you to get like the icons, the buttons, the things. Could be a good idea. So that's the thing. I think Habbo is gonna be my reference because of how things look. There has been a lot of other games that have popped up that have similar aesthetic, and the most important things in there is that the UI just look um, unified and kind of part of the game itself rather than pulled out. So, like these icons are pixelated with pixel art things, and they match the design and so on. There is still things in the background that looks like it is Windows XP because it's basically the time, but still. So I would say that's the main recommendation. Getting yourself to get like the UI right is a good thing. The fact that you are making everything by hand is good. Uh, and yeah, is that the one that we were on a second ago? It's not. It is. This is a different app icon on desktop. I see. I see. Um, but yeah, uh, I feel like this aspect ratio is based on your monitor. I do remember that you have like a wide screen thing. That might be a bit of an issue here. Um, but yeah, I would pay attention to consistency more than anything. But then again, going back to what we're doing with Stony right now, I would also need to do that. I would rather you have the thing work and then work on the design than work on the design now and lose some time on polishing some teeny tiny things uh, and not have a game working, if that makes sense. So, yeah. But I still do like it. I like it. Makes sense. Um, this is gonna fuck up my analytics and my things. uh, based on the history, um, I'm trying to read that. Is it Rylet? Rylet? I guess. We'll call it. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks so much for chatting. I appreciate it. Based on the time of Abo specifically, but also L1, R1 is okay. Um, there is probably website that existed. I see. I appreciate that. Um, website and other tools that existed in the MySpace era where we were creating icons in isometric formats, in pixel art format, to put on MySpace, to put on other blogs and so on, that probably still exist or still have some uh, like legacy system of pixel art UI that already exists. Specifically, if you are building shit on Unity, you probably have some pixel art game UI for Unity that you can just use. And, you know, like that could be enough as a starting point for you. Not saying buy this shit because it might be too expensive for what it is. I don't know. But in the GUI thing, there might be some free stuff. I don't know how Unity works. In the community-based things, there might be some free stuff as well that you can just use. And potentially on Hitch, there might be things in there that could be used as a base. But yeah. Um, but yeah, the recommendation of make it work first and then make it good. That's the current behavior that a lot of people have been saying. Make it exist first, then make it pretty is the right direction. It saves you from just polishing one fucking icon for like 16 days. God damn it. Not, like, not that. Right there, we were just experimenting with potentially going into one direction or the other. And, just descending in exploration, that makes sense. But then once we reached something around here that was like roughly, okay, we do like this, we do like that concept, we think it's pretty good. The amount of variations is a bit too much. I should have stopped. I didn't. I will still continue today, but I should have stopped. And this is just in order to get like a good grasp on what direction visually we want to go. And then we can pull from that for the rest of the UI. So that's a small detail. But yeah. Um, I see. So it feels you know more than me for sure when it comes to Unity and how it works. So I will trust your judgment on doing documents instead because it might be like easier for you to work with right now. But also the same thing is applying. There might be kits and themes and stuff that you can use within Unity in UI documents that could speed up your project and make sure that you have something that is like pixel art and based UI right away. And then you just have to align some shit and be good with it. Taya, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? How's everything? But yeah, other than that, that's about it. What do you mean you can't hear me? That is not good. That is not good. Nonetheless, Stony, you disappeared. I don't know what you meant from earlier. So, yeah. God damn it. It's not gonna work. We're at 80 on every font. This is not centered. This is not good. So I made some, as I mentioned, I made some mouse differences here and there so that we can have something that are like pretty much interesting. Um, Not all of them are good. Not all of them are necessary, but it's just like I like this one, obviously. I like the basic boring one, and I think some of these could be interesting in order to get like in the moderation view when someone has done something and they get banned. Maybe they could have this. Um, but you know, it's a thing. Um, That's not a thing. I know you can't hear me, but yeah. It is. Um, it's like you need two variants of the components basically in order to get the animation to work. So that your initial component number one doesn't have animation, and then number two has the animation. So um, that's the so you one is static, and two on hover is animated. That's your system. That's your only option. Um, to use the Figma motion and get the motion through. But like that's it. You don't have any other option. Um, but yeah, Stony, you disappeared. I don't know if something happened. You're not in chat. um, so yeah, I think that's where we are right now, at least for me, motion wise. And feels, yeah, I guess getting something like a UI kit would help and make things much faster for you if it is available. If it's not available, I don't know. I don't know. Also, side note, because I just saw it, um, that popped in my feed today or yesterday, and it looks familiar. It looks familiar. They've done a pretty good job though. Their motion is pretty good, but as always, this is like I know that's not the case because Tom is older, but this they have discovered the spring animation yesterday. Like that's what I see here. Every single animation is just the spring animation, no other option, because they just discovered it yesterday and then they put it everywhere. And it's the regular behavior of motion designers and designers that just start to do some motion. It's just, oh, spring is so good. And then you just have spring animation on every single thing. It's just like springing for no fucking reason. There is no need for springs on these things. The spring is useful, but there might be some better, smoother things than the exact same spring. Like the springiness of something when it's tiny or when it's big is different, and right now that's not the case. So, for me, I would change the animation here and there to make it a bit more interesting. I do like what they have done with the link. I think this is a very cool, nice touch for some of the links that they have on their cards, and I think this is a cool idea. But then obviously I mean I you know but it's something that we already have. So I don't know. I don't know if it's necessary. Anyways, just tiny things. So Stony, I think from what I said last time, I think I would like to go for something that starts with this. It feels like a good starting point. Um, and could make sense. Let me unviable this shape. No need for any of this. Yeah, that's not gonna go through. So buttons like this would make sense for most of the content. Bigger content would make sense as well. In here, we would probably need to go with one of our transitional radial gradients that is right here. So, for example, that, and I'm guessing these ones as well, but like, just go in there and go in my regular green right there. What do you mean I can't do that? Bang. Ah, that's why. That's the reason. That's the reason. I get it now. I'd see that as a potential. In terms of action buttons here and there. If we get into like bright colors, if we want to go with something that is a bit more different, like as you mentioned, you said that you like the white version. It means that we would have mostly like a light mode with light buttons and the light mode and dark mode with black button, which I think is pretty cool. That's a nice threads um option. What? Yeah. You say you don't get it because it's this. Basically, in order to get the proper system here, I need this in order to work because this is playing on the border of the radio button to say that it's selected. So the background is going from transparent to white, and then the border that is giving you the highlight is yeah. You're doing some magic and the things went up in magic smoke. What do you mean? Where? Where magic? Where magic? Um, so I would potentially go with this as a starting point for the highlights. If we wanted to go with something that is a bit cleaner, I do like a bit of a cleaner look for things. Maybe, um, maybe something like this could be very cool. I'm gonna just 1B these things just for the sake of now. So you have like very bright white buttons, badges, and things. And then on light mode, it would be the opposite of that. So we get like that kind of bluish background, which I think is cool. Let me just do that as well here for presentation's sake. Yeah, that's gonna be bad. That is gonna be complex to get. Fuck me. um, the so the app needs to match the icon and slash branding in the sense of the branding itself. So we need something that matches in ways that people would recognize it and say, "Oh yeah, for sure, that is X thing." Like I recognize this as this is part of the brand thing, and like that works. But yeah, I do like this stuff. I'm not gonna lie. I like the very muted, ghosty UI because it's like so much cleaner, and I do. I like it though. I think this is pretty cool. um, oh, this is not gonna work. Yeah, that's what I thought. Mm. Mm. That also was probably not gonna be this thing, but just like for the sake of presentation right now, checking it out. Um, this could work. I do like this for the simplicity and for how it is. Sadly, they have changed their UI in the past few days, and I don't like it as much as I used to. But um, so I just read something that is in French, and oh my god, one more reason to hate the French. So that person is saying an error that is so frequently used that even the Japanese people are using in Japanese in order to imitate the foreigners that are speaking Japanese, and that is to add da in the end of words and adjectives that are supposed to be e adjectives. if the Japanese people are speaking like this, it is not incorrect. It is just how the Japanese are speaking. It's not to imitate the foreigners. It just tell me that you have never been in Japan in your life. Oh my God, and they probably are selling like a course. Uh, Anyways, that UI, for example, is the thing that that I'm talking about right here, where in uh, light mode and in dark mode, we just have the color that is very, very subtle. And I do like this simplicity so that it brings in the alerts, it brings in the content, it brings in the chat for you that could be good as a reference. But yeah, I feel like this is a probable, easy to implement, subtle branding system with the light blue in the background, and then that allows us to get things like this, for example, that say instead of getting that, we're gonna get some badges that are very bright pink or other things. I do like that. I do like that. But details. It's fine. It's fine. Um, I think the issue with going with the red is that when you do so, you end up with your error states and your alert states that are confused with one another just because people can't really notice the difference between an alert and a non-alert. So that is why I'm not like the biggest fan of that in the first place. Um, they meh. Not necessarily good, but interesting. The issue with the green is that we don't really have the ability to get white on top, and therefore you end up with the only option that is usually some sort of a black version. One of the things that we can do to avoid this is to, instead of being black, we make these things be blend moded across. So potentially something like a multiply or a darken could make it like more interesting, like a plus darker with an opacity on both of these things, like could create an interesting thing. Or we just get these, and instead of being black, we make sure that they are like from the same realm, and then have like a little bit of lightness. So they are in the same color spectrum? Not really. Area, hue, um, but they are not the same. So yeah, I'm gonna have a hard time reading your name, but work on it. Thanks for chatting. I appreciate it. Um, I think the 90% opacity is good because it just works on any colors. The issue with that is that when you have a color that is like in the same vibrancy but in a less luminance space, so something like Like, let's say we change that to not a linear gradient, but let's use like a regular color, flip these two so that we're just using the green. Or if we just switch that to um, a blue space, it's the same luminance, it's the same like values, but that color hue end up with something that is unreadable right here. So in order to get this to kind of works, like you end up with a white on top. So the green is the reason. So this one, for example, has a blue screen of death things at 240 and at 50, so that makes sense. And this one is a green that is at 120. So we want to have our whites right there to be at 240 as well. So it's the same realm. And then getting sure to have like, I don't know, 10 probably, and maybe 92. 90 to 92 could be good. Name is Jakira. Jirka. Jirka. How the fuck do I pronounce this? Jirka? Damn. Not Jakira. That's the dyslexia that took over. And yes, OKLCH is going to be a great option here. The sad thing is that we don't really have it in Figma yet. We don't like this. We don't like that. Nonetheless, still remains. Still remains. So 90, 98 is going to be the opposite on these two. So that's the thing. Figma is not Adobe. Figma is Figma, sadly. But still, yes. They should have. They should have it. I don't understand why they don't have support for it in that thing. We have HSB and HSL, which is already a good start. But OKLCH is a nice color space, which I think is really good. The last project that I had, I put the client onto OKLCH because it's just like makes so much more sense and give us the proper color mix and accessibility of options. So yeah, I like it. Anyways, side note on this thing. I'm gonna do that. I think I'm gonna do that. I like that. I know you don't, but I like that. There's something useful on a very dimmed thing like this. And even on light mode is fine. That's not true. I'm lying. I know you hate rounded buttons, but I don't know if you remember. I think I could go back into your chat history. You said I have full design carte blanche, as you mentioned. You know, I can. I can do just that. But yeah, I know you don't like rounded buttons. I do think that they are better than the rest, but you know, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Background with this for a light badge and 1B here could be good for the highlight. This one being solid is gonna be our 1B to 22, I guess. And then, damn it. Yeah. um. Again, because as we mentioned before, we know that Sony does love, for some reason, the ability to just customize shit, and therefore getting a theme that gives the user the ability to just go there and create something that is a bit better for them is not a bad move. Why is you like this? That is not. Mm. Oh my god. Just when it's gonna be good there. That is gotta say. I don't like this. I don't like this. Kind of need a border on this. Kind of do. The reason why I don't like it is because it's too gray. I know, wild. But it needs to be less gray. If we make it like too light, might not be good enough. It's fine. It looks disabled, which is the reason why I don't like it.
I'll show them.
I guess that would be a proper kinda. We could get these two to be white instead. Like pure white with damn. With that as a border color, put it at like 90, so it's darker than the rest. It might be too blue. It might be too blue. I guess the blue is good on dark mode because it's subtle enough that it doesn't look like it's blue, but when it's on white, it looks too blue. So we might have to change that color for something that is a bit more Also, 24 variation of this fucking color is crazy. Something that is a bit less saturated, so maybe we go at 50 and 98. We get a gray that is blue base, but it's like not as strong, which is potentially good. And then if we go in there and we go back to 50 here, put it at like 92. It's a subtle thing. It is. uh, oh, what would be the translation for that? God damn it. Kinda. Like that's the closest translation that I have in my head. It's a bit of a no way situation. Like we use it. I mean, we don't use it, but like in reality, we are supposed to use it with the uh, there's no way or God damn it. I feel like these are the closest translation that you can have to sacre bleu, which we don't use, but it's fun to say. It sounds like shit. uh, yeah, it's interesting. It's not good. It's not good, but it's interesting. It's a nice potential choice on a very minimal, you know. What do you mean movies are not everything? Can I do that? I can't do that. I'm gonna do that. Ah, I see. Yeah. Well, as a sadly French person, I can tell you we don't use it. These are unused words. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. Um, I stole them. Do I have it? Do I have it? I do have it. I know where it is, but like, uh, that's gonna scare them if they're right here. They have in, I think it's in the profile. They have the bubbles that you have in your profile system, and I do like what do you think, whatever. And I stole that and I removed the second one. I think if I wanted to create something that is animated, I would have the second and third kind of particles around it as thought bubbles and use that through here as well for the tooltips. I think it's pretty cool. I used that for the last client, and this is really, it helps. It is such a soft, um, like soft tooltips instead of being the most annoying, like heavy arrow thing. And I guess I don't remember if I have it. You know what? I know where it is. Um, Goddamn, I have made so much shit in there. Holy fuck. I don't know. I feel like they are a bit too high for that presentation, but nonetheless, just easy. If it was like a nice animation with the bubble just coming in, I think this would be great. But yeah, I I do like them. I like them a lot in all colors. That makes sense. Anywho, I like that as well. Um, you know what? In terms of implementation, the only issue that I have with them is the border. The the border being like properly placed is what is going to make shit not work. And the way that they are built right now is a bit of a hack to make it work. It's such a weird thing. We basically have a frame that is or a div that is clipping the element and that's it. But in reality, it's just a circle on top. Um, and they just match. So they have like a -1 pixel, a minus border thickness amount of overlap, and therefore it's okay. But in reality, now this would be so much easier to do with some sort of an SVG creation, or to just simply not have a border and put the fucking tail underneath. But yeah. Um, oh yeah, you receive you receive that. You get the regular. Why do I put that more? That either this one or you get the worst one, which whatever it happens, and you get this one instead, which is more fun for me, but also yes, this is a pain in the ass to implement. No questions. Yeah, I agree. This is like you can't do that easily in CSS, and the only way to get it to work is basically to create that fucking shape. And in order to get that shape to be good and be usable, you kind of need to create it, and it's just like not. It's not great. It's not great. So, I mean, most of the time I would just rather give you this and say, well, it's a square, and that's it. And you're good. Nothing else needs to happen. And maybe if you want to like round one corner, you can. You can. It's fine. It's fine. This would be great, but like one day maybe. I don't know. I don't know. So that's an interesting thing. I like the color scheme. Personally speaking, I like the roundness of the things. And the reason why I go with very rounded is because the logo itself right now is very rounded, and we don't have anything that is very sharp in there. Even the name has rounded corners and things, so that makes a lot more sense for me. Also, one of the things that I saved that is part of the discussion is that, and I know you don't care, and I know you don't like it. This is not exactly, but kinda one of the direction in which the UI design is going back towards. So this is a combination of the past 5 years of like flat design and the Aqua of macOS. So it has like these highlight on top and so on. And Horizon specifically have been doing a lot of UI that looks similar to this. But there is a lot of these things that are coming back. I don't know if I can find one of them. It's going to be easier if I look here because I know I saved it. Things like this is kind of the direction of UI right now. So 2026, end of the year 2027 is going to be very rounded, very soft, very uh, material in terms of like how it looks, kind of 3D-ish, but not really, based on the fact that we've been bored and fed up with the very mechanical flat design for the past few years. We've been adding like a lot of shadows in the past year and a half, but designers like myself are just pushing for something that is a lot different. And this is the type of design that I've been doing for a long time, but it is coming back, and a lot of designers are currently, um, just interested in. I don't know. And to answer the question, I don't know. You just ban the account on the platform where you see it. I guess that's the best option. Welcome back. Welcome back. So yeah, that is one of the reason as well. I know I have another one which obviously I'm not gonna find because I'm looking for it. Um, that is in the same realm, and that is a line in the direction in which UI is going, and therefore, um, oh, what you mean is that the account has been compromised, and therefore banning the account would basically ban the official owner of the account. But you don't want that. You want to ban the scammer themselves. I see. I don't know. I don't know. I guess the owner needs to do something. The thing that you could potentially do is to mute that account on the server, and then if you are mod, uh, and then unmute them when they retrieve their content. Uh, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know. This is a question that I can't answer, which is fine. But yeah, I think that's the one, or at least that's the creator in question. Luca has been doing a lot of these UI things and adding like these buttons as references. Um, this is the type of thing that UI is going towards, at least right now. A lot of designers are pushing for something that is a bit more fun and a bit more rounded everywhere. So that's why I go for rounded specifically on that thing that is an admin platform. It would make more sense to keep rounded things. But yeah, and then the logo is kind of rounded, so that's the reason. That is the reason. But um, I still love this. Uh, let me check. Let me check. There were two on top. I know the difference in between 1B and 2 is just like not enough. Why? It's interesting. Um, I think what would make this work is to not have the gray background. I feel like this would be so much better if it was like at 0% and then have a stroke around it, probably at 2, with an opacity of like 24, and then that thing gets the treatment that we had a second ago of this. I feel like this is an easier to understand disable enable situation, but yeah. If I want the heading to animate, which is in the auto layout with other items, so I need to make a full auto layout 2 components instead of only the heading. Yeah, kinda. um, yeah. Not the best option, but yeah, you don't really have a choice there. I don't know if it makes sense here though. I don't know. Maybe. It might work. Also, I mentioned that before. These are fast. These switches are like 32. They are the size of most of the buttons that exist in current UIs. The regular switches are roughly the same size as this, so like 26, 28-ish. I'll make them thick because it makes more sense. That's it. It's cleaner. I like it. I do like these things. I do like these things. I like the slight hue. If I were to just do that here and change that slight hue that we have in the background to be roughly aligned with like the red. It's not exactly the same, but like that, based on the theme, could be such a nice taste. If you have a green theme, it just vibrate with the green. If you have a blue theme, it's just, I feel like this is a cute detail. Cute as detail. I like that. I like that. Let me do that on the bigger scale. These ones are not the one. That's supposed to be the one, though. Oh, most of them are in linear gradients. That's what I forgot. One day. One day I won't forget. I won't forget. Good job, me. I won't forget. This. I don't forgot. I don't forgot. Don't worry about it. That's how it is. That's wild. That is wild. Okay, cool. I like that system. I like the minimalism of this system. That's the main reason why I have done that. It also matches with the other options. I like minimal UI in 99% of the case because it helps the user focus on the content and nothing else. So Why is this bitch like not recognizing the fucking URL? Is it because I'm a dumbass? That is the answer. Yes. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Uh, so we still haven't decided on the font, which is fine. Right now, I think you're using Enter. I shouldn't do that. I think right now your current selection is Enter, but I'm unsure. Using Time? Using the Times font? Oh my god. Who hurt you? Who did they? Uh, mm-hmm. I can't expect shit. Yeah. Yeah, please. Let me re-add Font Ninja just for the sake of getting that in. Extension don't works. Oh. Yeah. For fuck's sake. It works a second ago. Like, that's working. But it's just, technically I should disable that. Just in case. Extension don't work. I guess it's just today that bitch just doesn't work. Oh my god. Well, it's fine. It's fine. um, I would still have loved to know what these things are. Why can't I fucking inspect things? Stony, explain yourself. Why is it not inspectable? I can't go in. I can't click on shit. I mean, I can click on shit, but not when I have this open for some reason. Yeah. Well, fuck you then. What's the font you used? That's my question. I wanna check if you already have if you already have a font. Therefore, we can use that. But yeah, I know that fonts are used. I'm aware, but I do that instead. Maybe that works. Maybe that's good. Maybe that's okay. I don't know. I'm guessing font use is probably Enter or Geist based on previous thing, but also based on that C for chat. Like that in Geist. It's kind of similar. Ah, it's not. If it's times, it's gonna piss me off. It's not enter, that's for sure. It's not times. I don't have times. Which is crazy. Uh, yeah, I don't know. It seems to be, but I don't think I have viable font. Not really. But it is close. Kind. It's more condensed. Since you have used stream element as a starting point, you may have used their fonts. Using worksong for everything. Yeah. This one seems wide. So I don't think so. And I don't know if I have it. I don't think I do. I do. But that's not it. It's not it. The A is so much different. It's not. That's the thing. Enter is like not that. Like it's supposed to be squished. And even if I put it in semi-bold or like medium, maybe, I think it's mostly closer to semi-bold than anything else. It just like isn't, it's not the correct one. So that's why I'm like, I'm confused. I is confused. Let me open that through open code directly and ask that there instead of burning tokens. That is such a bad move from me of asking like directly through the chat that we have asked about a month ago. Bad. Bad move. Bad move. But at least if it works. If it's been updated. I don't know if it has been updated though. That's the thing. Yeah, I should. The thing is, even if I go in, I mean, not even if I go, when I go in this thing, I don't get much, to be honest. Well, we don't have shit in typography. Yeah, we don't have shit. That's the thing. I can't. I cannot select any shit in there because of how it is rendered. It's a Canva, so I don't have access to it. And that's bad. But that's multi-platform for you. Do you have a different version of Enter than me? What is that shit? This is wild. I mean, Enter makes sense. Gasface, welcome in. How are you? How was your week? Oh, damn it. Oh, that's a new UI. I shouldn't have updated. Oh my god. All right. Feels they stole the navigation system I did. Now your chats are in tabs. That's crazy. Design-wise, it's really close. It is really close to what we have done. We have your server tabs that is a full width, and then you have your current chat that are like currently happening. This is crazy. For reference, for the people that don't know, we built this thing last month, and the navigation system that we have is basically the exact same system with the current servers that you are on, current chat that you are on, that are tabs, and you can close back a tab, and then it's just like not distracting. But if you need to open it again, you can just like go back there. And right now, OpenCode is doing the exact same thing. Interesting. Interesting. I don't know if it's good for them. I feel like it's going to be easy, but yeah, that's basically the same exact ID. Mm. We're trying to figure out what the fuck this font is because the code is telling us that this is enter, the white one. But when we put enter on top, it's not. And if we resize with a -10 kerning, 10% kerning is crazy, but it's still like more condensed than this. So I don't know. I'm confused. That's what I am. Because the code is telling us that this is enter and nothing else. Also, thank you for joining the Discord. I appreciate it. So yeah, I don't know. I'm also very much blue on this one, so maybe it's one of these runs where shit be broken, and therefore I may need to just kill this, restart it, hope for the best type of situation. Dang, I still can't do that. Again. Now I'm green. It's pretty good. Boy. That's good. Not seeing the viewer count here means that we probably went through, yeah. Country renders in the platform default. So, compose font family. Default is Roboto. Is that fucking Roboto? That might be. It might just be. God dang. What's the fucking size here? It's still not. It's not it, but it's close. Like it's so off by like a pixel that yeah, Nodo is not. That's not it. But the amount of Nodo that exists, that there might be a Nodo condensed. Um, that could be there, but no, I guess it's a version of Roboto that there's so many. I thought like it could be Roboto condensed. It could be the mono one. Anyways, um, that's a good thing. Anywho, we're gonna say that this is the winner, and it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. I guess that's gonna be okay. That's all I'm gonna see. The fact that this bitch is like -5% in kerning is throwing me. This is not supposed to happen. Um, oh, it's not. We can. We will. We will change font. I just need to know what we are using now so that I have a base of reference to see how things are going to behave if we extend them in different formats. So by using this and just say, um, like getting the proper system, I guess 16, not even, I guess 14 then. Yeah, they. Um, at 0, yeah, that makes sense. It's like a 0.5%. Yeah. Holy shit. All right. Cool. Um, so as soon as I have this, which is the plan, you know what? Don't do that. Do that instead. Uh, yeah, I'm guessing 70. No, 60, 72, 32. Um, damn. That is so close together. That's crazy. I'm gonna bump it up for the sake of me right now. And I'm gonna say that this is fine. Okay, cool. So by having this now, I know that we are using a base Roboto-ish. So anything is gonna be better than this, which is good. And if we think of enter as a base point, it could be an option. The logo itself right this instant is going through something very geometric. So not necessarily using something geometric is going to be good. And then playing with serif and sans serif and other things on the font is pretty okay if we want to keep like an AI generated system view. But we'll see. We'll see. Tanya, you're saying, is there Anyway, I can make a circle continuously moving on the circle stroke smoothly. Kind of. So, circle, second circle, circle continuous. So that's the path. You get both of your circles to be touching. These two things, and I know you can't hear me, but like you get these two things, you frame them, you remove that as a visual, and now this is rotating on the circle because the central point is there. That's option number one. Option number two, if you have this and that right there, and your goal, let me put that in black just for the sake of presentation. And your goal here is to do that with the motion tab. You get this thing to have its anchor point, center point to be like in the center of the circle. And then now any rotation is going to be where thing needs to be. So in order to ensure that you are exactly positioned where you need to be, you need to make sure that you are placing the center point of this at the right position, and that bitch is just like not cooperating. I mean, that's pretty good. And then there, you just want this to be, let's do that. And say, yeah, rotation there, 1,000, 1,000. And in order to make this continuous, you want this to be linear so that it just always rotates. But not necessarily the best. I didn't say remove the linear. Yes, Stony. It does, which is pretty good. I'm pretty impressed with that, by the way. The fact that the export options right now in the motion tab, like I think I need to have the frame presented. If I open that or export that as an SVG, it's gonna have a proper animated SVG, I think, as an export. The only thing is that it just sometimes break, and there's not like a lot of thing that we can do about it. It's just Figma being Figma, and therefore breaking shit. But yeah, that thing is supposed to be animated, and right now it's not. And not in a good way. Like it sometimes work, but sometimes doesn't. God damn it. Yeah, if you export as a video, you can. I mean, you can. You could, but that's just like not. God damn it. Can you not open this bitch? Apparently you can't. Well, fuck it. I can't. I can't with this bitch. It's just it's a pain in the ass all the time. Every time you try to do something, it just doesn't work. So yeah, like that's the thing. The reason why I'm saying it's not necessarily working is because the Mima animation SVG that we've done before, it creates that the eyes are just like moving in a straight line, when in reality, what was supposed to happen was this, where it has like a bit of a bounce, and that's just like not how it worked. The GIF option worked and did it properly. So yeah, the SVG animation works at times, not all the times. And again, this was I want to preface that with something that is very important. That export of SVG was day 2 of the release. So, or day 3 of the release. So it may have been patched since then. I don't fucking know. Right now, we just exported this thing in SVG and it just didn't work and didn't animate in any way, shape, or form. So, it's it's a thing. But yeah, Diab, that's the only 2 option that you have if you want something that is on a circle. But yeah, that's the base. The thing is, now I can ask that through the chat and the agent because it's in beta, so I could force Figma to create a motion export or motion SVG export that works through Claude, through Figma, and use that as a plugin. But that's just because it's free, but that's just like a waste of time, so I'm not going to do that. I am not. No. Anyways, so think that's fucked up. Let me just bring that back. Bring that back here. It looks taller. And 25 looks better, but it's also like wrong in the bottom placement somehow. I don't get it. I don't get it. Anyways, so what I think would be good on this is potentially getting something, maybe source could work because it's not a bad font for readability, and serif is gonna be okay, but source is a good readable font everywhere. I feel like it's an okay thing, specifically if we put it properly. It's a nice font, and we have potentially a fat ass headers, so that's always a good option. If I can type, it would be good. If we go enter for everything, we do have a fat ass black as well, which is good. So that's an option. Geist is going to be the same thing, so I don't need to do that. We could have a combo with space. Because space is an interesting thing. I mean, the font space growth ask for readability is debatable, but it's interesting. it's a bit more geometric than um, other fonts, and it kind of works with the logo and the logo text that we currently have, so that could work. The only issue that I have with it is that it is limited in weight. Like we don't have a ton of variations. It's just that. So potentially just for the titles could work. What? Unsure. Unsure. Is it due? I think it is. I think it is. It's not. They did it properly. Um, maybe. Jakarta is a very geometric one, but it has some interesting uh, quirks, like the T here has that nice curve that changes here and there. So I do like this, and it's a center-based system, so it's a good thing. It's just like not centered in its container, so that means that you have like one less pixel at the bottom, so it will be off-centered by 1 pixel, meaning that you have like in alignment a 0.5 change, which is not great. Well, you know. Why not? What else could we go for? I kind of want a bubbly font, but I feel like the bubbly font is going to be unreadable, so I don't want to test it out. Um, I should use right font for this. Instead, PK is great, but it doesn't allow me to fuck off. It doesn't allow me to uh, enter my own words. Well, at least if it does, I don't know how. So, yeah. Um, Noms. Noms, noms. Ah. I'm using noms as a base because if we use it for the logo as well, it would be good. But it's not like a common letters enough. Have a good time at works. Take care of yourself. Happy 4:30 indeed. Take care of yourself. I'll see you next week. Enjoy the time at works. I do fuck with this. As always, I don't want to put every single project that I have with Atomic, even though I love Atomic. It's just, it could work. It could work. um, Bion is interesting. Interesting fault. Interesting system. This one is similar to what we currently have. I should probably just not look at all the fonts and mostly look at my font library instead, because that would be a bit better. It would contain a lot more accessible fonts. Um, these are the ones that we used, and they are good. That's the issue. Integral is a very good font, but it's $200, so you know, maybe, maybe not, maybe not. Sphere is an interesting thing. Thunder is a good thing as well for the thickness of the font, but that's it. Jerome, Colin, how are you? How's the day going? How was your week? We are on a 3-person have landed so far, so you could just make it. Yeah, exactly like this. God damn. God damn. Exactly like that. Don't work on it. Damn. You're gonna bump into me? No. We are velocity. Are you gonna make it? No. I'm not making it, that is for sure. Yeah, well, today is not my day. I mean, I landed once, but yeah. Um, um, this is right font latest update. Yes. Yes, it is. As I mentioned, Chillax is an interesting one because of how geometric it is, but I don't think it's going to work for titles and things. Um, and if we go with Google Fonts instead, you know, yeah, I did the same thing. From V2 to like V5, I think. I was using a cracked version for the longest time, and then one day I just said, let me just buy the thing. And now I just have a license. I do have it as well. I don't like it as much. I think it's nice, but for example here, maybe I don't know like how to do so, but I don't think I can uh write something. Like I can't, well, at least I can't type and get like the words that I'm looking for to see if it works for a logo, for a base, for something, and I'm stuck with the fucking ABC. And I wish I could, but I don't think I can. So that's why I'm like, I don't mind it. But yeah, no, again, I thought that was the case, but it's, if it is somewhere, it's not here. And I don't know where it is. Um, because that's very important, at least for me, to like check shit. So that's why I moved here to right font again, because at least I can just type shit and see how it looks. Um, yeah, no, I agree with that statement, but it's just like where, like there is nothing in the settings. There's nothing on the sides. There's nothing at the top that gives me like a how, what do you want to display? And I just don't know. I don't know. And I try to just click on something and start typing, but it gives me just go into. If I double click the text, I open the font. And then here I can type. But I don't know if this is gonna be. Yeah, and now it's there. This makes no sense. Like I need to enter one of the fonts to be able to then noms. It's, I mean, it's weird. It's a weird thing. God damn, I selected the right font from the start. This is the best option we have so far. uh grain might be an option in the similar thing, but it's gonna be the same price nonetheless because it's coming from the same foundry. I don't think you want Kilo. Kilo is great, but I don't think it works for you. Maybe, but that W is weird as well. It's an M. You want Wingding? I don't know if we have it. Um I don't know if it's still there. I guess it still is, but that big ass thing. Yeah. Wingding is gonna be complicated to read. A bit. Just a bit. Don't worry about it. Have a good scrum type. I don't know. I don't know. Grain is interesting. Grain is interesting. It has a nice feel to it. I like the M, how it is. I don't like the bottom of the N that much. And the Z is more of an extended version of the N to an extent. So could be interesting. And what we're currently using is this, which is very much the same. The M is a bit wider and the O is squished just a smidge. It's not like a fully circular thing, so that's why this one being squished the other way around could be interesting as well. Nonetheless, small details on this. You know what? This kind of works. This kind of works. Let me get uh oh yeah, for sure. Figma, what the fuck is this? Oh my god. As always. Here goes my sponsorship with Figma. Just for the sake of common sense. If I click on the font picker, I don't want to be sent to the top of my list. I probably want to be sent where the font is selected because I want to go to the nearest neighbor, potentially. And specifically, if I have entered the name of the font inside of the search, it should just send me to the thing. So you can't, like, you can't do that. This, fuck me. Common sense. Source is one of the fonts, serif font that AI is not using just yet. It might start to do so at some point, but right now it's not there. And they have, weirdly enough, a good enough italicized version of the font. Like it's a great font to italicize, so it's great for titles if you want them to be like a bit more flourished, yes. But again, very much AI and in this sense of like looking at things, a combination of Source and Source Pro could be interesting, but nonetheless. I do like Enter, obviously. um, I do like Source for the readability of it. I think Space is an interesting system for being like a bit standout. And Jakarta is a nice geometric font with ease of reading. So we could use this. If I remember correctly, I don't. It is a Google font, which is a good thing for you, I think. So, yeah. Also, let me not forget to take my meds today. That would be good. That would be good. The only thing that I have against it is that when you are, like me, a bit dyslexic, very much dyslexic, it is very round. So, to me, a lot of the letters are kind of sometimes similar. So that's why like enter is a bit better. We could combine enter and maybe. Where is this? Where we had that. We talked about it. We looked at the site. And now I don't have it. Did I save this though? I feel like I probably did. This was a long time ago now. The thing that I'm looking for is the font pairing checker, which is a website that gives you the ability to look for two fonts and see how much they pair together. That's the word used. But obviously, I'm talking about it, and therefore, I'm not going to find it. I know that I have mentioned it on someone's reply on Twitter, so I know I can find it into my replies somewhere if I don't find it here in the next 10 minutes. I'm not going to spend 10 minutes on this, on looking at a post. I'm giving myself 5 more scrolls. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ah! Shit. Uh, let's see. I don't think it is Fonjoy, but you know what? It might be. Nope. This one is good, but it's not the one that I have in mind. It is. Let me check my replies. It's been a bit though. Uh, I'm looking at profile pictures of the person that I replied to because I recognize the profile picture, but like, obviously, fantastic, fantastic. That's the name. Uh, it's a great website. Let me put it into my design resources so that I don't lose it again. I think I saved it, to be honest, and it's just like it's not there anymore. So if we used source or Jakarta as font A and then enter in font B, we have a 55% like match, which is not great. I mean, not match, but like things are too close together to fit, but it kind of is good for like title and uh, paragraph. So that it doesn't really, you know, disrupt. So we do like this. If we were to go with source on serif, for example, and enter as the base. So sorry if I triggered your Siri. Apparently, when I say serif, it just triggered Siri on my phone. So sorry if that did it for you as well. So getting like a serif font is a bit of a better fit for them, but I don't like that as a system. I do like though. I do like that combination. I'm looking at this. Like this is readable enough. Enter for the main text is good. Jakarta is nice. It has a nice like personality when it comes to the T's specifically, and it could get a thing. What do you mean maybe four? 4 minutes to make coffee? Yeah, yeah. If we go with space, we get a better flip. I would flip it. Again, it's an interesting font for titles. It has quirks as well for how things are looking, but I don't know. It feels less readable than this one. This one is good for titles, not great for the rest. This one is great for titles, but not great for the text either. So, yeah. I guess if we want to retain the Google font as a base, That's pretty. That's a pretty good system. Um, Pretty good system. It works. It works. Um, you take a look at this. Damn. um, yeah. Tayyab, you need sound. This plus this plus this is not good. That and that and then that magnetic buttons on top of everything. Oh my god. Headers is okay. Tiny macro interactions on this is fine. This makes no sense, but it's okay. Um, that's interesting. That's interesting. Um, Same. That's bad. That's not a good section things. Uh, it does. It is based on what Time has said, right? I've made a sample made by AI, so it's just like obviously it is. Um, but yeah, this bad. This good. This bad because I know you don't have sound. This is fine. This is okay, but fine. Like we've seen better, but it's like it's a common practice system. It works. You know, no issues there. Um, that's okay. That section bad. Don't use that. And then this doesn't look scented because it's not. Uh, we are at 455 and 456. Wait, that's crazy. It's not by like a pixel. How do I know it's not scented? It's that's wild. Anyways, uh, it's probably just the font that has a bit of an issue on the site. Um, nah. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. This, that, that overlapping, you need to change the order of things because that is really bad. And then that section at the top is really bad. That section up at the bottom really bad. The section in the center. Um, and Dalton, I do think that the critiquing AI is good. Uh, it works, but I mean the feedbacks work to me at least. Um, but yeah, no, nonetheless, um, I can't do that. Nope. Not doing a full screen screenshot. Nope. Um, Let me refresh that just for the sake of checking things. I don't think it's fine, but yeah. Eh, eh. uh, I think that combo is good. I think that combo is good. Yes, there's you right there because you redeemed the reward, which is kind of sad because I don't know what reward you redeemed, but yeah. The chat font on Twitch is their proprietary fonts that they have made themselves officially. Um, but yeah. Oh, the word chat here right now it's plus Jakarta. It's a nice geometric font. I do like it. And then combining it with Geist is giving me something that is more readable than this one. This one is too geometric to be read, and this one is good enough. It's changes than Inter, but like everyone is fucking using Geist and Inter anyways. So yeah. Um, I do agree with like Geist Pixel is simply a relationship with against, um, or in order to get. Don't tell me I didn't like this fucking thing. I probably just didn't. Oh my god. Can I get into my followings and see who I followed last? No? You can't order them? Damn. Um, Fuck. Crosskeys. Hi, what on it? Um, Shit. God damn it. There's that guy, I guess, person, that made this magnificent font that is way more interesting than the Geist Pixel. And yeah, I like that more. But also, their whole brand is just pixelations and illustration and things, and therefore, obviously, they will have like a lot more um, personality when it comes to like readability and presentation. It's just like it's so much better. So, you know. um, but yeah, I feel like Guy Pixel for me is just we ride on the wave of everyone was creating something that was dithering, and using the dither plugin, we ended up with something that looked a lot more like a pixelated font. And in order to make it readable, we needed to make a pixelated font in order to work. But that's it. So yeah. Um, And Marmalade, this is very interesting. Yeah, we have Dapshi in chat, not today, but like, I mean, I haven't seen Dapshi today, that is doing an AI chat thingy as well, called Chat GPT. And it's uh it's a gym related um fitness assistant type of thing, where most of the navigation is done through the chat system. So you can just have a chat to organize like your workout, prepare the exercise that you have to do, and so on, which is pretty interesting on its own. Um, but I don't think right now he's been plugging things. Like I think the goal at the end is to have Google Health and Apple Health as well. But yeah. So I'm gonna push back. I know you are currently vibe coding something, in which case it's fine, but let me just give you a thing. Just you know, just something. If I if I take a picture of a burrito bowl that is clean like this, right? You'd be able to guess with a picture, with the current AI things, how much roughly calorie wise it's going to be, right? What's the fucking depth of this? Is it like this big? Is it this big? Is it this big? How much rice do I have underneath? You have no clue. None of your AI picture is going to be able to tell you exactly uh like what that is. The diameter is fine because this is something that you can calculate kind of roughly with the things that are around it. But it just like you can't really know. Obviously there is like the shadow and shit, and it's a round plate, so it could work. But with something like this, you don't know. For example, and um I don't think they would have um pictures. I don't think they would have pictures of this. Um yeah, they won't have pictures. I'm going there often now because they are Japanese. I can speak Japanese with them, so that's fun with me. It's not necessarily fun for them, but it's still fun with me. They are doing uh some bento boxes that are traditional bento box system. And so most of the time it looks like the one that is in the center, for example. The thing is, there is rice underneath for theirs. Like they are putting a layer of rice in the bottom, and then on top they are adding the toppings and the things, but there is rice on the entire thing. And so if I take a picture of this thing with an AI assistant, whatever, it's gonna give me just this portion of rice because that's the only thing that is visible. And then because it seems like it's fading in, it's going to count that as meat for the entire thing, when in reality it's just like half of it. So that's a bit of a weird thing. But still, I don't know what phone you have. And if you have an iPhone, the latest version of iOS 27 contains take a picture and give me some information, and it works for foods. So, like, if you already have, it's going to give you some feedback. The good thing about it, from my point of view, is that um, it's just it's giving you a ballpark and not a definitive value, which I think is much better. So Siri is going to tell you things along the line of, it looks like it's going to be in the ballpark of like high calorie, medium calorie, and so on, but it doesn't give you a concrete value, which I think is much better. But it is built in your camera app, so I would not vibe code something. Well, you do you. um, I missed some things in chat. um, and yes, there is 1,000 vibe code. I mean, there is the 10,000 vibe coded apps for everything. I made a Japanese language learning app when there was already a ton of them in the market. There are still a ton of them in the market. I'm seeing new ones almost every day. Sometimes there is just like that one thing that you want to do that is much that doesn't exist on the others, that makes you want to vibe code your own apps and or create your own apps, whatever. But it's fine. It's fine. It's just I think in my views, it's a matter of goddamn. It's a matter of um, if you can't find the app that you want to have, build yours, and if it's good enough for you, it might be good enough for someone else, and that's about it. Um, I think that's what I have in my head so far. Nonetheless, nonetheless, um, I think that's the Stony. I think that might be the winning selection for me right now. Uh, that's an okay system. It's an okay system. It works with the rest. Could um could we mix that? I don't know. I don't know. Let me see. Damn. Sorry. uh, that's lame. It is very skinny. It is very skinny. I agree with that. I still think this is much better. Um, they didn't eat enough, haven't used it for a long time. Just skinny. Yeah. I mean I do like the fat ass fonts, and that's why I went with this in the first place. Uh, if we go B font, which is pretty good, as always. Um, This is not for food, which is interesting, but yeah, I mean, it could work for a food delivery app. We are not against it. Um, so this website gives you a lot of very free font, or at least demo fonts that are available. And it's nice. There's a ton of things in there that are really interesting and clean and going with some. Yeah, again, every fucking one is doing these things. Like in the past few months, this is just like the type of font that we have. Um, so cross keys, I'm gonna tell you this. I have no clue what you're talking about in the last the two names that you gave me. Epic Wimberger and Heckin Logo. I don't know. I don't know what that is. I have no clue. Um, what do you mean by legit Austin? Because um, most of these things are truly free font, and it's pretty cool. And the reason why it is free font is because they are providing the demo version of the font. So things that are in there is just like this font that we are providing is the demo version that doesn't include the Unicode glyphs and so on. But if you want the full version, then you can go into Craft Supply and get that. So yeah, we like it. We like the system. And we want a fat font. Yes, we want one. We want one. Font share just doesn't have enough at this point. Everyone is doing again. Every bitch and their mom and their grandma is doing that font, and that's it. Um, so yeah. Again, that is one of the reasons why right this instant, for example, you can see that most of my fonts are just I mean not here, but like demo font, demo font, demo font, and so on. Like all of that is just like viable demo trial. They are coming from other places, and yeah, it's really useful for me to just check things out. And then if I have a client that just I'm providing the font and they're like, yeah, I do like this one. I'm like, cool, this is like $200, and that's comprised in the client pricing. So just that. What do you mean by that? um, Stony, you want like just to use the trial and say we are just still in the trial period? Officially, the trial font is only for personal projects and non-commercial projects. So the um, as long as the product doesn't make money, then yes, we can use it. The other thing that is feasible, which is not necessarily the best option, but it is feasible, is to simply trace the font and outline it and then modify the font enough that it looks different. Um, like for example, if I used the, as I mentioned earlier, if I use the N as the Z by just rotating it, it would work. And if I do that with uh, vectored version of the font, then yeah, could work. Nonetheless, I'm not finding shit. Also, there is 3,000 pages. So be ready. Last time I went through the entire thing, I think we only had 1,000 page. So I still did and went through 1,000 page of shit, and it was a lot. But yeah, shit like this, for example, is pretty good. Um, I guess we could playful. I like that. That's very IKEA font. It's fine. Uh, yeah, I do like Typograph Studio, um, but it's not good. Crosskeys, you are giving me reference that I don't have, and that's so bad. I I have not I have never heard of this thing. This is wild. Yeah. You just know the scene. I see. Never heard of it, never seen the scene. None of that. uh, I think the font option would be this. Yeah. There's still things that just don't make sense. Not in there, at least. Um, I may have seen that. I may have seen that. But yes, this is exactly what I do. Yeah, that is not what I do though. I don't necessarily like stand up to look out the window and see things. I just I do that though. I I check and then we check the font. Yes. Yeah, that's what I do. That is what I do. This is not good. This is not good. Um, I do like a bit of asymmetry and aperture, but it's also kind of nice to have more personality in there. Meh. This is not gonna work. Not like that. Not like that, that's for sure. Um, anyways. So if we say that we have um, a regular scale, I think, I'm not sure, but I think this is your fattest font. Um, Partial encoding ability. I don't know what that means, but that means something. Um, that is very much French. That is so sad. But yeah, no, there is nothing here. The music that I have is not on the CD. Not anymore. Not anymore. Um, oh, I love this font. Um, I'd probably go with that. I'd probably go with 56 as a max, potentially 64 in some cases. Um, and then that system, regular trill. I can't do that. I can't do that to you. Madlu, welcome on in. How are you? Welcome back. How's everything? So that would be your headings, I think. And then if we go into subhead, it's gonna use 24, but then we use Geist instead. And probably semi-bold / medium for the sake of presentation. Then body is gonna be 20 or 18. Damn, I'm so used to this shit. I'm pretty good. I'm a bit tired, like I always am, but it's fine. Um, I guess 14 on caption. And probably like the tiniest of tiniest. So what's the name of this? Probably tighter. Yeah, I body is usually for me is usually like at 0 to 2%, depends on where I am. But yeah. Um nope. Eh, these two are just like competing with each other, which is not necessarily good. And the emphasis is just like at 18, so it just doesn't make sense. Gonna do that. Hey shit, we're coming in. How are you? How's your week? Let me take a look at this thing. I'm scared. Ah, cutie, we're coming in. How are you? How's the day going? How was your week? It's been a good day. That is a good news. Uh, okay, let me read because otherwise it's just not going to make any fucking sense. Three layouts for the main coding scene. Same content, three different arrangements, each had different sizes, OBS camera, local framed ID, chat, VTuber, slash cam slot. No. Yes. Yes. Very common behavior. Why not? But kind of weird. But why not? So this is a no because of the placement of things. It emphasized more on chat than on you, and also it emphasized on now playing, which we don't give a shit about. The now playing is like useful when the song changes or when there is a request, but it's not necessarily something that you want to have on an everyday, all the time thing. So, like that's fine. This is better. You are in the position that is similar to mine right now, which is good. If it's a VTuber, it's going to be front facing most of the times, which is pretty nice. The chat is underneath you, which makes sense, obviously. Similar layouts to what I have right now. The only thing that I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of is the now playing because it makes no fucking sense. If you have the ability to just capture a window and you ensure that the window is always the same width and height, you can ensure to have like your ID only on this side, and I feel like this could be pretty cool. But then you don't have access to the rest of your screen capture, so that's a different system. And then on this one, which is almost the best option, you get the chat on the portion of the code that is usually empty. And then you have your VTuber model in the bottom left, which is where most devs are placed. either here or here. Then you have the now playing and potentially alerts as well that could be next to the camera. I feel like this is okay and pretty good to have. So yeah, the bottom two are good. The first one is like way too much uh losing space. But yeah. Is it wrong to like UI when you are doing it by yourself, but hate it when you just somehow end up doing it at work but never compensate for it? No. Um, I mean, if you enjoy doing UI stuff and design stuff on your own terms, and it's like you can be as creative or not creative as you want to because it's your own project, this is really cool. And therefore, you don't have any constraints so that you enjoy the process. But then when someone else is asking you to do the things in question, and then you are forced to do things in ways that don't make sense to you, or do other thing that is just like not in alignment with you, and on top of that, you're not paid for this thing, then hating it makes sense. So yeah, no, it's not wrong. It's almost a regular thing. Um, so yeah, don't worry about it. um, but yeah, also, Stony, the last point is the header. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know if having that header makes any sense, mainly because this is the data that would be displayed on Twitch or on other platforms. Um, but yeah, you know, um, other than that, it's fine. What do you want with this? Tayab, if you want to, and I know you can't hear me, but just uh, just get there. Just get there, look at what has been created, and find a version of something that makes sense to you. Maybe you like this, maybe like that's the header hero that you like, and that's a fun thing, you know. That looks familiar. But yeah, like there is a ton of things in there that might be really cool for you, and then maybe you enjoy this more than the rest, and that's what you want to do. Yeah, it depends. All that is good. Stony, I don't think you have answered the question. Why did you share this? I want to know. I need to understand. Um, Also, what the fuck? What the fuck do you mean? I didn't see that. I didn't pay attention to this. I didn't notice that there was the input text and the chat button. It's an overlay for the stream, right? Right? Um, right? I think I have in either the stream file or either one of the other thing. I don't remember if it's in there or if I have it somewhere else. It doesn't really matter. Um, it's not there. We talked about it before. Um, if you have a 16 by 9 aspect ratio screen for, your stream, whatever, you have like three, maybe four options for the layout of your content. And it's most of the time not a fucking, it's usually the same thing. So if we say that red is camera, if we say that blue or cyan is capture, and if we say that green is chat, right? The usual colors that I have, you have basically this. You have options to have full screen capture in the background, and then you have your camera and your chat roughly here, or obviously um, on the other end. Like that's usually what happens. You can also have the exact same system, but instead of having, let me just do that for the sake of presentation. You can have your capture being like smaller and then your chat being on top, and that's basically the exact same thing. But like that's it. Um, or you can have a condensed version of things, which is what I usually go for, and you get your capture and your chat and your things in a different format overall. So that you end up with something like this. And so because of that placement, it becomes easier to make things like additional content be displayed either underneath or above. But that's basically what you have. Like you don't have 60,000 options. And the layout that you have presented, this one is really bad because of how things are. There is, you've been here long enough, so makes sense. But there is a big concept that I have for my stream in general, but for other streams, which is wherever my camera is, when I'm looking at my screen in real life, I need to be looking at my screen on stream, meaning that the screen for me is in this direction. If I was here, and I'm talking about what is currently happening on the screen, but I'm pointing there, it makes absolutely no sense. There is a bit of a big issue in that system, and I've seen that happen so many times in a lot of streamers positioning, right? The thing is, if you don't want to show your face, which I think is the case, and you just want to have a VTuber models the same way that Alan has a bear, for example, that is in ASCII format, you would be front facing. And so your VTuber model would probably be front facing or at an angle that makes sense. And therefore you can place yourself wherever the fuck you want because it's a VTuber model, so it can be facing whatever side you want. But if you don't have a VTuber model and you just have like space for things, then centralizing makes a lot of sense. As I mentioned earlier, if you could just capture the ID, if you don't show anything else on stream, if you can just capture the ID window and then make it a different variation, different size, different thing, this is really useful. But also, like, it depends on you. One of the things that you can do with that thing is an overlap, because I have a feeling that the actual system, you know what? uh, it's just a fucking iframe content. Oh my god. Well, that's so sad. That's so sad. I wish we could copy paste. That would have been so much easier. Um, anyways, I don't think the blob is gonna give me anything, but you know what? We're gonna try. Yeah, yeah. Not the greatest. Nonetheless, doesn't change the thing that I was about to say. If you're someone that has the work tree and the folder tree routes and so on in there, it's going to be like a bit of an easier way. I appreciate that. For you, I wanted to get the image in a Figma editable format, but I can do that here. Um, basically, you can resize this kinda to be somewhere around there, roughly, mainly because this thing right here is going to be okay there, roughly. Kane, welcome in. How are you? How's the day going? So, because you have like an overlap ability, like I currently do have, you can cover the the layer list. You can cover Arc browser sidebar. You can cover your inspector slash routing on this side. Then you can make the ID a bit bigger, which means that the visibility of the alerts and the visibility of the now playing things on the bottom can be a bit different. But that's like a very small system, a very easy thing to do. And, you know, it can work. It can work. But yeah, other than that, that's probably the only thing. In terms of um, entire, I can't really answer your question because you can't hear me, and therefore this is not going to work. So you need to fix your audio. Otherwise, this is not going to work. Um, you can hear now. God damn. You need to tell me that you can hear. Otherwise, this is not going to work. um, it depends on what you are trying to achieve with the portfolio in question. If the goal is to get like a job, then maybe the only thing that you need is uh, the content in this thing that you have done. If you are someone that wants to get a job in dev, then you need some dev impressive thing. If you need to have work uh, a design impressive portfolio, then it is a different. Hi, Stony. It is a different system and it's a different type of content that you need to do on the portfolio itself. So I'd say that's what things are supposed to be. Um, but yeah, like other than that, it's not much. Let me do that and then do this. I would go probably for this for the sake of, having some room to breathe and some other potential things here and there. Um, that's an option, Stony. Like, not necessarily a good option, but it's an option. If overlay and overlapping is an option, the other thing that I have, which I get it, different system. Um, also, Kane, I just read uh, that last message. Um, this is very much similar. very much the exact same thing. Um, this I'm now I mean I am guilty of this. This chat right here um, is readable to an extent. Like it's not really readable on mobile. I think I can make it up, but it's not good enough. Um, Chat is something that is either very important for readability for the viewers or absolutely not necessary. And you could almost get rid of it. Like the chat is supposed to be in there. You're gonna miss this thing. Got the um I just the the PC is so much delayed compared to Twitch. Um yeah, your chat has visual cues, which means that it is important. So it may need to be, I'm not saying that it needs to be like much bigger like this, but it may need to be more visually present than the rest in terms of the text and the content potentially to just make it stand out. And the camera, if you have a VTuber format, it might not be necessary on its own as like this. So you could bump the ID much bigger if the chat can be like more important, but not, you know, nothing else. Maybe. And then if you really wanted to have something like the now playing jackets underneath you, like you could create yourself a widgets that has the album art something and or a combination of widgets and um, alerts here. Like it could be a thing, but I don't know. Like that's a you thing. And right now I am covering mostly the routing, meaning that in cases where you want to showcase things that are like really on that edge. So as I always showcase like this, if I'm showcasing Discord and I want to showcase the servers, then you can't see them here. So I have the need to do this. I need to just slide them a bit on the side so that you can see them and I can point to the correct one in something. But obviously, my overlap is very much tiny compared to what I'm proposing here. So that's a bit of a different thing. And then on this one, this is just one of the other example of, technically speaking, I'm not there for the code. Like I am, but I'm not, right? So I'm there because they are doing some code, but I can't necessarily read anything in there. And I'm mostly there because of what that person does and who they are and so on. In which case, getting the ID to be like way smaller and the camera to be much bigger when camera exists is uh, almost a given because it just like makes things so much easier for everyone. Um, but yeah, yeah, I do remember that. Um, so that's it. Really depends on the goal of the stream, the goal of the viewers, what they are there to see or to do or to have as an experience, what you're providing. Like for me, I'm mostly going to be most of the time doing some Figma shit, and therefore we're gonna be inside of something that is like visual. Mizzy, will come on in. We've had 4 people drops and land, so maybe today is the day. We'll see. Um, So that I guess today's not the day. Sorry, I just saw that. My bad. Sorry. So because it's visual, the visual part of the stream is more important than the rest. But in a lot of situations, there is no need for the visual stuff. So if I'm just chatting, which doesn't happen often, I'm gonna be here. The chat needs to be readable, kinda. Um, but technically, it's not necessary because if you are on Twitch, the chat is there and you have access to the original browser-based chat right here. Or if you're on mobile, it's going to be underneath. So it depends on you and what you want to do. But you kind of, it's just that. And yeah, Meezy, the thing for today, Phil's decided to drop as his first message and landed on the target as his first message. And then I just followed right after and I landed almost in the same spot. So maybe that's the thing. Maybe you need to start your first message with a drop. I don't know. So yeah, then again, it's just like depending on target, goals, and so on, we end up with different layouts. But yeah, also don't drop me off your message type. That's not gonna change anything. So again, your initial uh initial image, initial format from Claude is fine. No issue. It's just based on that's not what I wanted to do. Based on based on goals, then it has a different goal right there. Um, it's just it emphasized a lot more on the now playing, and if the now playing is very important to your stream specifically, then yeah. If not, maybe you can have other things underneath. Um, like there is so many options that you have to place some activity tracking here and there, and if you really want to keep, as always, if you really want to keep that aspect ratio, um, it's um, it's good. It's it's fine. If you want to keep the my regular aspect ratio of 2:1, you can crop that at the top, crop a bit at the bottom, and then get a bit more space. I mean, technically, the center is roughly a 2:1 situation, so could work. It could work, you know. I know most people are for some fucking reason. Yeah, like your bottom section is basically a 2:1, and then if you remove that thing at the top, you're good. If you just keep that, it's good as well. Like you have everything except the activities and the music. So, I don't know. Nonetheless, back to this. I I think I think the immersive is pretty good. You're missing the target again. Sorry. Um, it works, but it's kind of, I would say it's kind of similar to what you already have, based on where your chat is currently positioned and so on. But, why not? This one is simple enough. It makes sense. And if you wanted to have eh, have fun with that. Let me see if it's rigged though. Maybe I can land. Maybe I can land. We never know. We never know. Maybe I can't. Yeah, I can't, apparently. So that's good. Um, you said that you wanted to change the background. That's the thing that is fucking with me a bit because I'm like, why? I mean, why not? But like, why do you want to change the background and have background that adapts? Um, if the content is always going to be the same, but if that's not the case, then you can 100% get something that is a bit more fun in your background color and keep that layout. This is pretty good. Um, I think the immersive thing is the equivalent to your current one. This one is the next progression if you want to have more emphasis on chat and you as a VTuber, I guess. And then this one is just like forget about it, please. This is bad. This is bad. Um, the only thing that would make sense here is if you inverted things. Like if that bar was at the top, then maybe. But if that bar is at the top and then you swap these two things, because it makes no sense to have the chat next to the regular chat of Twitch. Um, yeah. The thing that I have, if we go into, God damn it, if bitch, what the fuck do you mean? Sorry, Arc is being a little bitch right now, and it's not focusing on the right window. Holy shit. Jonathan, welcome on in. Thank you for the bitch, I appreciate it. um, if we go here and we go into the browse, and I'm guessing software and dev is probably going to be the thing. Regular layout. You have Bitgamey, which is your current top option slash second option. This one is the immersive. This one is your second option. This one is the immersive, 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 immersive. Like every single dev is using the immersive thing most of the time with full screen content in the background and then them on top. A very small amount of people are using the immersive with background changes. So that's a fine thing. What? Yeah, most people are going with this, and it's fine. But yeah, like a very simple format, like this one, for example, is good. Something like this is, as you said, overboard with the visuals and so on, but it's working as well. But most people are going to be like so or like so, and it's fine. It's working. You don't have like a lot of things as an option. Streaming in the beginning, as I've mentioned for myself, I've been doing a lot of overlay experiments, and then I landed up on what felt good for my stream, and I haven't really changed since then. Just because it's working, it's fine. Like this one is the most daring in the past 2.5 years, because I mean technically 3 years, because it's just like a bit different and it has a bit of an angle thing. But that's about it. Like overall, it is pretty boring and it works. But most of the people are doing the exact same thing, and you can follow through. And it is very simple. Most of them are in between this one, and this one is a safe bet. And this is almost what you already have. The only thing that you don't have here is your camera, because you don't have a camera. But if you added a camera to your stream right now, then you can have the immersive option. camera slash VTuber thing. Which, by the way, do I have that link? I think I have that link. Let me check. It's probably in one of the closed windows. I have. There is a. Is it that one? Again. Yeah. That I think is an app that runs on Windows only. Yeah, the macOS version is a bit of a weird thing, but it gives you a PNG tuber very simply and very easily. So you know, that's crazy that I still have this. I know I have another one for PNG tubers somewhere. Cobalt is not the thing. It might not be in there. It might not be in there for now. But yeah, it's a simple PNG tuber thing, and it could be made with your bird if you have the layers and if you want to spend the time on building this thing. And it's you know, it it it's good. And in there will be some. I think there is, or there are some template images and shit. So maybe. Nonetheless, everything is fine though. But yeah, these two potential, I don't mind them. I kind of mind the top bar for how fucked it is. But yeah, that's it. The rest is fine. The rest is fine. Again, you are here. Like your current version is this. Progression goes there. And it's two different things. Going back to what I was mentioning about like looking at the screen or not looking at the screen, the intent of the stream is different. This is I'm coding. This is you're here for me, but I'm coding, which is a different intent. Like you are first, like that's your first intent. The viewers are there because they want to be there for you, most importantly. And then what you're doing is a second thought type of situation. Here, I don't really give a shit who the fuck you are. I'm probably going to be here because of the content. So that's the thing. So if your intent is co-working code and co-working with an open mic, then this is a more adapted format because people would be having something that is related to their interest. Here, it's mostly interested in you and what you're doing, not necessarily like community side things. Because you have a very big emphasis on the chat and everything is delimited and you have delimitation around everything, like it's boxed properly. Whereas here everything is kind of all over the place. And so yeah. So it's basically just widgets. Yeah. Kind of. Yeah, glass is expensive. I don't know. I can't really explain. The one that I have, this one is obviously I'm gonna have the price in Japanese. This one is 69,000. So that's $400-300 ish. I got it for 120 when I was in Japan. But still, uh, it's just like glass is expensive, and I don't understand why. You can check the second-hand market if you're not too scared of getting like a defective camera lens. Um, I don't know exactly how things are in Brazil when it comes to second-hand shop. And again, a trip to Japan might not be in your budget just for a camera lens, but sometimes, you can go to Japan and then get a lens and come back with memories and a lens. Uh, you know, um, yeah, that's closer. That is closer. But yeah, no, I don't understand why they are so expensive. Like photography in general is one of the most expensive hobby, um, just because of how much the camera are costing and how much the lens are costing. And then the other thing that happens to a lot of photographers and hobbyist photographers is the fact that they are starting to be interested in the thing, and then they get more interested in a new brand. Um, so yeah. Ah, cool. That's nice. Is it? Yeah, it's not teeth. It's TAFE. TAFE? 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 TAFE. Interesting. That's a weird pronunciation. TAFE. Nonetheless, I like it. It's just teeth. Yeah, yeah, yeah. um, yeah, as I was saying, like a lot of people are starting to get into cameras at like um you're the fourth person, fifth person, fourth person, I think fourth person to see it. Um the people are starting with like Canon, and then they go into Nikon because it's the same mount, and then they get interested in Sony. Sony feels better to them, and then they need to transfer the entire collection of lenses, and therefore it's just like not financially responsible, anyways. So yeah, it happens. It happens to everyone. It happens to everyone. What do you mean you deleted the thing? Ah, but no one saw that. No, Kane saw that. But yeah, there are three. In total, there are three. Um, not on this scene. Yeah, the first one you arrive too late every time. So the first one is extremely visible, but no one sees them. Um, Nonetheless, if we were to say that this is going to be plus Jakarta on our buttons, does that work? It kind of does. It kind of does. It's kind of fine. Could go extra bold here and semi bold there, or just bold and extra bold. Ah, no. Needs to be extra on light. Needs to be extra light. Um, that is yeah, that was a slow drop. God damn. God damn. I think the badges are gonna be not using that. Maybe my labels there are going to, and that's gonna be there. So let's check out for that. Badges, input field, and tooltips are gonna take Geist instead. Input fields are gonna be probably regular, probably 16, probably 17, probably 16. I guess 16. I appreciate that. Title is gonna be a 16 for sure. And then damn, that could be 8. For alignment's sake. That feels okay. That pissed me off though. Oh. I could go 17, 18 for the buttons. I think that could work. That could work. You found it? Very, very complicated, isn't it? They're also here. But that's just like the thumbnails. Weirdly enough, there is one of them that has disappeared that was supposed to be in there and just is not there. So yeah, it's fine though. That's a 16. That's 17. That's gonna piss me off. But that's the size that we need. um, it feels like text is gonna need to have 1 pixel bottom margin. I don't like it. I don't like it. Don't have a choice. But don't like it. Don't like it. The thing that is fun, by the way, absolutely. Like I do have the models, and they work pretty well, but I can't use them on OBS, and that's so bad. TK for TK, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Welcome on in. The mix right now is basically a specific artist, which makes no sense to show you here. You're still in the scrum? Oh my god. This is the artist, I don't know, slash label that I'm using, mainly because it is DMCA free music. And we like them for that reason. Because on stream, we don't have a choice if we want to be safe. So yeah, aim2ed is what I use on a daily basis because it makes sense. I feel like medium semi-bold is going to be a bit better on this one. These two things, I could move this to semi-bold for the sake of the selected, and then medium is going to be fine. So just like having a bit of a switch. the reason why I'm saying this is a piece of shit because it is good, but it is wrong. So this is probably going to be a 911. Ha ha. Um, for the alignments. And that is not. Yeah, that is. It looks almost too much. But at least it looks more centered. Um, you did. You did. It was supposed to be right here. But yeah, you did. Right in that helpful shout out and then the photograph. I appreciate that. Um I appreciate it. But what come on? Compared to Haleford, we're doing design. I mean, I'm a designer. I've been a designer for too long. I need a I need vacation. uh, and we do some design stuff, which makes sense here and there. But yeah, um, the last one I have, I don't know. I'm far away. I'm not gonna lie. I have 113 pulls at least. So, you know. God damn. And I mean, again, this is because on your end of things, every time that something happens, you just make a comment, which is fine. But, you know, this is, I feel like this is bad behavior. Uh, but, you know, why not? Why not? Yeah, I get it. Oh my God. I'm gonna kill some people at Apple. Apple is gonna not work again. I don't understand. I don't understand why they just every time decide to fuck things up. Anyways, um, yeah, we need way more games. What the fuck do you mean? We need way more overlays. What the fuck do you mean? Um. Anyways, so that's gonna be fine. I don't think this is gonna work as I want it to be because this is gonna be a 7585 and this is never gonna work. So let's not do that. These ones are much better now. I love the ghost effect on these things. And then I do like the icons that I had for these. I feel like it's probably gonna be better if it was like fatter than expected. The icon pack that I'm using here is not my own, obviously. Um, but I do like them, and I feel like these have a much more aligned uh, design language to these. So probably going to be the direction that I wanted to take things toward, probably. They let me. Mm. Hmm. Interesting. Interesting. I might just 1.5 it instead to not be that thick. Because visually speaking, like it takes the same amount of space, so might be a bit better. Um, Not that it matters, but you know, small details. Small details. Um, yeah, and then again, these icons are good. These are mine though. These are mine. But with that system, or potentially moving this to 4, I feel like this is very heavy. So maybe 3, which is wild. Maybe 3 is a good thing. I can have 2 light mode, 3 on, or 3 on light and 2 on dark. Technically 2.5 would probably be better. This is a thing that we haven't really talked about in the past, I think. Um, the the reasoning here is when you have a light color on top of a dark color, it tends to visually take more space, even though it's not. So right now, for example, I made this slimmer than this, but optically speaking, it almost looks like they are the same thing. Um, they are not. You can kind of tell that this one is a tad thicker, but it just like has an effect on your brain that just tells you, oh yeah, it's the same thing. So it's an interesting system. I like it. Um, I also like this, by the way. I stole that from Turkey once, and I do think that I'm gonna steal it again many times. But getting your icon only buttons being wider than just being squares or circles is somehow rendering the buttons like way more interesting than if you did this. Technically, this is supposed to be 1919, not 1660. Like these buttons have personality, a lot more fun in them for no fucking reason compared to these, which is kind of it's fine, but it's a bit boring. Obviously, in that use case, we would probably go with a 1616 and a hug hug, that they are like slimmer. Uh, but you know, same thing, same thing. It's just fun. It's just fun, which makes me think that these might benefit from a hug as well. Um, we have this as 56, which is not great. Mm. It works. It works. I also forgot that. That's true. That's true. And obviously none of the font have been transferred, so it doesn't look the same. Anyways, so we might just do that at some point, yeah, for sure. For sure. It could make sense. Could make sense. I would need to pull the icons that I've done and some other things here and there to make it like a bit better. But yeah, that's a potential. That is a potential here. Feels like it's okay. Um, Nonetheless, that's pretty good. Pretty good starting point. I don't like the heading scale just yet. I need to experiment a bit more on this. Um, to figure out exactly what would make sense and what sizes would make sense. Uh, Going back to what you said earlier, that's true. You don't know what I'm referring to. Um, Based on the fact that you want this thing to be multilingual again, probably, uh, these fonts might not be adequate and good for the multilingual system. Um, that's also a thing to take into consideration. So, multilingual in like Germanic English languages, then we're good. We have the same alphabet. But if we go into something like, I don't know, Russian, Chinese, Japanese, and so on, we end up with things that are like not gonna work, or not gonna work as much. So, mm, mm, that's good to know. At least from a product point of view, it is good to know that sometimes there are some fonts based on goals that are more adapted to the platform than others, and I need to investigate Plus Jakarta and Geist in their multilingual capacities because most of them probably don't have multilingual capacities as I want them to be. So that's the thing. Nonetheless, good progress on this. I feel like pretty nice options. I mean, didn't really show you this, but like small detail on the egg shape that I decided to go for on this as a potential addition. Um, I think it's a fun thing. It works with this mouse shape, not necessarily with the others. And then this one, I made it like a lot more elongated to have like a rounded face and really have the blur visible. Otherwise, it's just like you don't really understand why it's blurring. But it is in inspiration, kind of, with this one, which has been showcased many times, I think, so far. And I think it's a nice thing. It's the opposite of us. So as always, as I mentioned on Wednesday, I don't want this thing. If we have a mascot, I don't want the mascot to be with eyes, but I just want the mascot to be with a mouse because it's the absolute opposite of what most people are doing. And also because of the name Noms, it makes more sense to just chomp on things. So yeah, just the mouse makes more sense. So yeah, that's one of the other inspiration that we have, which I do like, but also is weird. And then this is the other vibe that I have, and I like it. Uh, Branding wise, I mean, this could be very interesting, and to me, it works. With the name, it works with the ID, kinda, but I don't know yet. I need to explore the branding in its entirety to make sure that this is an option. The other thing that they have in here are not necessarily the vibe that I want to have. This one might be the only one that is like matching the first one, and this is cool for me because of the color in the background. But it might be too much of a 2000-ish, like a forced 2000 design. Whereas this two, like this one and the blue one, have almost their own identity thing. I don't really know what to call these ones. Um, this is a cyber mix, like a neo. Is it neopunk or this one is neopunk? No, this one is a neo cyber, and this one is a neopunk um, illustration types. But this one is just I don't know. I have no clue. Um, So as a reference, I think it's cool. And again, with the black and white kind of vibe that I'm going for the UI kit here, it might work. It might make sense. It might make sense. But yeah. Anyways, I need to send you to something, someone, somewhere, probably. We'll see who is currently live. That's the point. James is live, which is pretty cool. I haven't been in on James in a bit. Always good on a Friday. I don't think. I don't think some something he says you got non-humans on the list. Then what do you mean? What you talking about? I think James is a good idea. I need to send you somewhere or something. Oh yeah, no, I do. We do have bots and VTubers as well, which some things that there are some 24-hour streams that exist. That something. If you have Elon Musk that is streaming something. Anyways, I'm sending you to James. It's been a bit. He's doing some flowers, which I do like, and James is doing some arts in many things, many times, many formats, and we like it. So, as always, thanks a lot for being here. If you enjoyed the stream, please follow the channel. It's highly appreciated. If you have a question and I'm not live, join the Discord. Discord is there for the question when I'm not live. If you have, like myself, a big ass collection of perfumes, can use that. And if you have a big ass collection of links to share to other people, use Ban. It's pretty nice. It has been updated yesterday, which is pretty neat. But yeah, nonetheless, we have Can if you want to learn Japanese or if you are learning Japanese. That's all of the marketing that I'm doing on today's stream. That's it. After that, I'm done. After that, I'm done. Congrats on landing, Jonathan. That is impressive. This is a landing pad apparently. So, as always, I shall be back on Monday at 1:30 p.m. Paris time. I am not landing, that is for sure. God damn, everyone is landing. Gas space, congrats. So, as always, um, yeah, eat something, drink something, be kind to each other, enjoy the raid, and I'll see you all on Monday. Bye.